I might have accidentally ended my stream. I might have. I might have ended my stream accidentally. Sorry. I was moving something around and I accidentally pressed the button. I pressed the button. It was an accident. Hello. Hello, everyone. Sorry, guys. Great start to the stream. Dang. Oh, man. It was an accident. Oh, an accident. An accident. It was an accident. Meow. Meow. Hello. Meow. Meow. I need help.
I'm a cat, yeah.
I'm a cat, yeah. we gotta get one where she's barking, guys. You gotta get one where she's barking. And maybe one where she's tweet when she's being a bird. Honestly, guys, I have no idea what I'm doing today. I don't know what I'm doing today. I thought, maybe play a competitive game. Maybe finish Rosewater. And then, and I was like, maybe I should play like a D&D sort of game or Pathfinder game. Do a flip. We flipping your mom? React Ninu mode. Oh, I can react to stuff. I don't have any. I don't have a list. Hey, do you guys like my nodders emote? Furiously nodding. Me neither. Very good. There's our mom. Yes. Oh wait, our mother. Hell yeah! I'm glad you guys like it. Glad you like it. Glad you like it. Hell yeah. Our mother. Our mother. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. We can do some React stuff. The cosmic mom. Also, I have some cider. And whilst we were waiting, listening to the music, I was just glugging it down. I glugged it down. I glugged it. Whoever did the new cooked really well. Yeah, well, it should say that name. It should say, "Oh no, drunk dude." No, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. It should say, from who it is. Wait, I can follow myself? It said error. It said error. What the hell? That's kind of weird. I thought it would say where the emote was from, but I guess it doesn't say. Cause I did attribute the emote to them. But yeah. And we also have to. Oh my god, there's so much things to do, guys. Should we? Okay. How about you guys watch me create the poll for the emotes? So basically, guys, watch me work. God damn. Cider? I don't even know her. Yeah, I got some cider. I finished my can. Let me get my second. Oh, actually, my third can. Let's go. Where's your they are probably wet stream? Oh no. Okay, well, okay, you guys will see me struggle with doing work. Create poll. Which side did I use last time? What's I did? I should just go to my polls. And then somehow I'll this link. Oh yeah. Oh, Palico is still here. Oh, okay, stream code. Wait, I think I can even show you. Hold up. Where's stream code? Yeah. Let me log in first. So, somehow, Funky Ninu managed to get more slots than allowed. It happened somehow, and I don't know how it happened. Magic. Oh wait, do we have the giveaway thing? Oh no, guys, make sure you there's a giveaway for a game. Go to giveaways in the information, and also there's a Ninu tag. My brain is all over the place. Wait, let me go. Where's my announcement section? Oh, it's right here. I'm looking at the wrong place. Let me go. Straw poll. That's what I used. Okay. Straw poll. Alright, hold up. Oh, wait. Please remember. Wait, are you human? Yes, I am indeed human. Have you read the last thing I wrote? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, hold on. The object that is different. Okay. Okay. I need to authenticate it. Well, that's a bit of a doozy, cause I don't know. Which do I have it on here? Wait, is there do I have a Discord authentication? Wait, where do I authenticate? Oh, right here. Wait, this must be it. Wait, is this it? One way to find out. If it doesn't work, then yeah, it's the one. Hell yeah. Okay, goody. Human is also a vampire cat. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where's Ninu land? Here we go. Okay. Wait, can I add another one? Wait. Oh, I can! I was just dumb. Never mind. I was just dumb. I think I was just dumb. I was just dumb. Wait, what? How? Where is it? Found one melon. The bot can have 30. Oh, see? Oh my god. Yeah. Everything okay? Yeah. Stream. The seal streams. Okay. Alright, now let me just get her link. Azurashi. Alright, so if I put this in, and I think this. Oh, there is a notification limit. Never mind. Okay, yeah. It's a limit. There's a limit. It's stupid. It's bullshit, basically. They're lying. I changed my color. There you go. So yeah, I think. Yeah, no, I think. I can't remember what the limit is, but I think I have. let's see. What's the standard? What's the standard? How many people can he have? So you make it 5. I have 5. Hello, meal. Limit is 5. You have 19. I know. I don't know how I did it. And I haven't edited since then. So I think what I need to do is get the other ball. Man, you guys making me work, man. All right, let me share this screen with you guys. Okay, guys, we're gonna finally make the poll. We're making the poll for the emote. Okay. Nino. Oh, static. Emote. Can you guys read that? Let me make it bigger for you guys. You guys read that, right? Yeah. Can I try it with this one? Absolutely. Yeah. That you are saving my life. Do I need to like give you certain permissions or anything? Also, guys, don't forget your Ninu tag. Not multiple choice. We want multiple choice. Wait. Yes, multiple choice. All right, this is static ones. Let me go to Slamith suggestion. That Twitch emotes are pixels. Oh, okay. All right. Now I have to go through. Okay. Draw them cosplay. Okay, that's the art. It gets a tomato. That's an art, I think. Into a mic. Oh. Wait. Dune. I'm glad it's not something. Wait. That's weird. Wait. It's saved. It's saved from the last movie suggestion. Wait. It doesn't show for you guys. Good. Anyways, Ninu screaming into mic. Is that static? Tag me if it works. Thank you for trying. Alright. I do Nino screaming into mic. Globnu. Oh, this, you mean the slime new? Or actual Globnu? Glorb. No. Alright, no. Fine. No. Fine. Alright. Ninu noises? Oh. What's this? Wait, is it Discord? Maybe let's or remove white background. Maybe we could do the Nino noises. I think maybe we can emote that. Maybe. Is that animated? I can turn the music up for you guys, by the way. Okay, let's. I'll add it here. Oh, my bad. Actually, that is the name of the artist that did the Nodders, Ninu Nodders. Mikan made. Alright. Ninu noises. Imagine if I had my password in there. You still peak. Just gotta ask. Along with the new image with Nino, heing somebody. Oh, as drawing, okay. Themed food. Nino themed food? As an emote? I think we have Nino ice cream. What the heck are we doing? We are making a poll for the Nino static emotes, and we're gonna do the animated emotes. Oh wow. Okay. I'm guessing this is just a drawing. Drawing. Why are we drawing soy milk? You guys just want soy milk? Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, we got sleep new. No. Why do we have a tank? Why do we have a tank? Wow, I wish I could read my own writing. Potassium. 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 I spelled that wrong. Potassium. It's okay. Artist new. Fishing new. Alright, those are the static ones. Are there any ones? Yeah. Wow. What? Mold growing and Nino still slurping eating. Wow. What the hell? You guys want Nino eating mold? You guys have some wild ideas. Oh. Static core. Wait, I mean we can't make like big emotes, so maybe as an art thing? Yes. Your face. Alright. Okay, Nino is going to mic. Glorpnu, Nino fine. Nino noisy tank. Okay. Okay. Alright. This seem all good? Nino eating milk? Okay. Nino eating milk. Eating milk. Nino eating milk. Alright, these are the static ones, okay? Okay. I think that's all it needs, right? I don't need to log in anything, right? Oh. Make my...
Hiya.
Hello. Oh my god, that's a cool Twitch DJ. Hello. We are currently doing a Nino, but we are doing a poll for Nino emotes. I should have. Wait, I believe I have an account. Let me just log in real quick, guys. Then I can save it. Wait, would it keep? Yay! It kept it. Lovely. All right, let me copy, and then I will. Yeah, look. Nino things. Yes, Nino things. Just Nino being Nino. Yeah. Nino trying to work. Nino trying to do. I don't know what I'm going to do today. Tasting 1 million. Alright, let me drop this in announcement. Alright, hello. Static emo poll. Okay, that is static emo poll. Alright, you guys can vote on that in the Discord. Yeah, you're right. I do Ninu thing, Ninu do Ninu things, and anything Ninu is Ninu. Yeah. Okay. One out the way. What's the other one? Was it animated? Guys, I'm gonna struggle with concentrating. Alright. Okay. I can do it. I just gotta believe. Alright, create a new one. Ninu. Ninu. Animated. Animated. Emotes. Okay. Alright, what was the animated suggestions? I'll just go from this. Oh yeah, waving lighter. That would be really cool. Waving a lighter for our karaoke streams. Waving lighter. Guys, what is this? What did I write? Hold up. And what is this word? What is this word that I wrote? What is this word? What is it? Running with bread mouth. Oh, running with bread in my mouth. Thank you. I'm so glad you can read my writing. Running with bread in mouth. Alright. What is the other one? Backflip new. Backflip new. And fishing new. And I can't believe you guys like read that wrong. Fishing new. Alright, so any other suggestions, guys? Hello. Yeah. Yeah. He's here. I mean, she's here. She's here. Any other suggestions, guys? Any other animated emote for Ninu? Hello, Psycho. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good Thursday. I believe it's Thursday, right?
I'm a cat, yeah.
I'm a cat, yeah. Nino running with milk emote. Oh my god. What's with you guys and milk? Guys, I don't have any milk. I haven't had any soy milk for a very long time. Milk. Running with milk. The milk always wins. And actually, it's soy milk. Yeah. Anything else, guys? Any other ideas? 5, 4, 3, 2. Kool-Aid Man Ninu. Oh my god. Kool-Aid Man Ninu? Dork Ninu fixing glasses. Oh, that's a good one. Wait. That's a good one. Ninu actually, I was trying to move the glasses, but instead I moved the mouth. Alright. Okay, Ninu Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid. New. Alright.
Oh, Daddy.
Nova said that. Nova, you said that. Alright. Any more? Why? What do you mean why? What do you mean why? What? Oh, Daddy, Ninu T-pole. Okay. T-posing. Okay, alright. Stop abusing me instead of picking emojis. He's picking new emojis. I think, chat, you're doing a great job. You guys are showing love to Nova. Alright, this one's... Make sure I copied it. I drop it in. So you guys have two polls. 2 polls, okay? Make your vote count. Make Ninu. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, wait. Let me edit. What? Ninu tabs. Okay, Ninu tabs. Well, like, no, I did it. Save changes. I did it. Oh, okay, I've saved it. Copy again. I haven't posted it yet. I'm gonna post it now. Oh, Ninu Wiggle. That's also a good one. Okay. Ninu Wiggle. Ninu Wiggle. Alright, there we go. Like I just came out from a mental asylum. Rocking side to side. In a strap jacket thingy. The cool jacket that the cool kids wear. Animated emotes poll. Make sure you make your vote count, or you lose your right to something. Alright, there you go. We did it, guys. Just came out. I thought you were still in here with us. No, I am in your head. I am in your head. I'm in your head. I am in your head. Alright, this all good? Or ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba ba ba. Okay, good Jolio stuff. Alright, it's in the announcement, guys. Okay, it's in Ninu Discord. Also, guys, I have a Ninu tag. Yeah. Ninu tag. Alright. Now. What do I play? What am I feeling like? Do I play... Okay. What am I feeling like? Oh, for Ugg to sleep. The Ninu tag shows how devoted I am. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Everyone get your Ninu tag or else. You wouldn't want me. You wouldn't want me at your door, right? At 3 a.m. in the morning. Ah! Wow, rude. I voted. Thank you for the vote. Okay, I'm gonna make a poll. I'm gonna make a poll. In the morning game. Alright. I can do your mom. Rosewater. Rosewater. Wait. Can you do ready or not? Solo? No, I would fail. I already fail. um 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 wrath of the light something. Let's see. Meow 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 meow.
Thanks to Frizzurp for my sub-gift.
I got
Oh
a very
irrelevant clip of Queet recently.
Oh no. Show. I mean, oh yeah. Show. 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 Ew.
Seven, 8, 9.
I can't believe it. He said it. He said it. He said it. Alright, 3 minutes poll, guys. 3 minutes poll. There you go. 789. 789. He did it. He did it. He did it. Flowers. He said it. He said it. He said 789. Sometimes I go I go to my channels to just watch that clip. It's good. It's good. It's good. Do you guys want to see it? Rivals ain't winning this one. Oh, people went Subnautica. Subnautica. No rivals, only Subnautica. Alright, let me get my crowd control ready. For no particular reason. For no particular reason. Subnautica. Subnautica. Is Subnautica winning? When I watched a clip, I can't stop rewatching and made me laugh so much it hurt Nina. Yeah, which one? Which one? Show me. Oh, Nova. Is it safe?
Oh my
there?
god, Nova made it!
Nova
oh my god,
made it!
Nova made it! We
Oh,
might have to
gosh.
grab Nova. Are you kidding me?
She made it! Nova. She made it! That's the sad thing, she made it! She got to the top only to fall. Guys, what did we learn? You can fall when you get to the top. Oh man, gosh. I need to get like clips. I need to get like clips. I mean, I need to turn them into content to put on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Shorts, yeah. Yeah. Maybe I just hire someone. Maybe I will hire someone. Yeah, I need to do none on this one and then okay. Okay, Subnautica. Subnautica. Oh, Nova, you're so kind. I'ma pay you though. Guys, there's this peak crowd control as well. No! Take my body! There's this game called Put the Sausage in the Bun? What is that? Find me! I don't want to fight! I don't want to fight, Nova! Ah! Oh my god. I will I'll never get a chance to just... I was just jamming. But no. No. What happened? Ah! No! Not again! No! Maybe I can dance now. Ah! Whoa, holy shit, this song is 6 minutes long. I don't mind, it's Muse. Yeah, look at those naughties. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, da, da. Don't. Okay, it's ready. Scoob. Right. Mm-hmm. You nautica. Wait, where's my this is my submarine. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot I have to start this. Alright guys! Oh wait, I gotta make sure. Okay, it's not attached. Make sure you collect your coins. No! No! My brain is big, that's why. Okay, this one. One day? Wait. 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 Oh no, it's this one, right? Yeah, this is the one.
You look like you could use some coffee.
Coffee? Yeah. 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 Solo grinding. Solo grinding. What? MP World? What is? Oh, Mods, you guys go my title in my category. Category and title.
Huh?
Nova, look at my place. So I have num noms here. I have Oider. Wait. How do I get? How do I? Oh, right there. I'm such an idiot. I have Oider. I make Oider. This machine Oider maker. A poster. Yeah. Oh, fishies. I don't have Greg in here. Maybe I'll find Greg. A mushroom thingy. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of these like little things. Because chat has been putting it. So this one is particles. Poster. Cat poster. A desk. Jack Shipty Your hat is so nice. Thank you. I got this here. Okay. I got a little Aurora miniature. I got a hat and a bin. I don't know. This is floating somehow. Oh, this is my bedroom. I have a dino plushie, and in its whole window, so I can sleep here.
Pagu Bunny.
Yeah, Pagu Bunny. Hi, Plum. Yeah. Yeah, and I can look at the fishies. Got a little shelf here. I don't know what I was trying to do here. And then I just plant these and I eat them. Cause they fill me up. I mean, there's upstairs. Here. So, this is my bioreactor. I put things in it. Like, can I put this in? There you go. You got like, there's a twirly twirl. It's my little, no explode please, because chat keeps destroying my, sea moth. There is, oh! I made that thing! The prawn thingy. And this is a scanner room, which scan things. Yeah. Yeah. And this camera's just... yeah. I don't know what the camera is here. Fragment. Oh, it's the fragment. Quartz! Quartz! And then poopy fishies around. Yeah. Home is somewhere there. And you can see all those little beacon things. And just chat. Mostly it's Palico. There's Bongo. For Zerb is the Haikaisis there. Decibels there. Lots of Palico. Oh, okay. I bet they can't get in here.
No, or
No,
mom.
your mom.
Wow! No, your mom. Your mom is our mother. Our mother is your mother. Yeah, I don't know what's in here. Oh! Alien thing. I guess I was putting it in here. Yeah. Are we killing alien babies? Yay! Yeah, so many beacons because of you guys. Yeah. And what was I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, there's coffee. There's coffee for you. Wait. You guys messed up with the thing. Plum. Why you do this? Am I tall? I thank you. I feel so tall.
Coffee completed.
Coffee completed. I think we were. Oh yeah, we were. Whoa. We were getting something. Let me. Whoa.
Welcome
My
aboard,
prawns.
Captain.
Yay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. I forgot. How do I be gentle with it? Can I fly? Oh, okay. Okay, I can fly. But I think I need to be very gentle with it. Okay, let me quickly exit it. Quick repair. Which one's my repair button? Which one's my... Is this repair? No. Is this repair? This cutting. Wait, do I have a repair? Scanner. This is repair. This is repair? Wait, so... Oh! Okay. Oh, cell. Oh! Wait, it needs a big... Does it need big... Need big power cell? Those are big, right? Okay, wait. Ugh, it's not far. I can get there. I wonder if they fixed the bug for bugging inside of walls with the mobile vehicle bay thingy. If there is a bug person.
No, or mom. No, or mom.
Wow.
Know your mom.
No, or mom. No, or mom. No, or mom.
No, or mom. No, or mom.
No. Okay. No. Wait. What? Everyone's mother? Yeah, how do I make big power cell? Because I think I'm gonna need to carry some big juicy power cells. Where's the power cell? It's not like right at the top somewhere. Ah, here we go. 2 batteries? Okay, well, I think I usually have like a lot of batteries, right? Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this mercury ore? Is this what I need? What? What? Guys, I'm confused. Wait. Alright, let me see all my pink stuff. Neptune booster. Wait, okay. Let me quickly look at where is the thing? Where's the platform? Where did I put it? Right here. No, your mom. No, your mom. No, our mom. No, your mom. No, your mom. No, your mom. No, our mom. No, their mom. No, our mother. Oh, this one. This is the little. This is the thingy thingy. And then this big one. Look, look. Look how big this is. This is to go home. Did you just... Did you fill up my inventory? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so... what have we made? Neptune boost construct. So we were working on this Neptune boost. And okay, so let me go up here again. Hey, all right. So plastine was aerogel. Wait, Did you guys just give me aerogel? Did you guys just give me No. No. I'm gonna drop this though. Wait, I'm gonna put it in the bin. I'm gonna recycle it. So wiring kit. Nickel ore. Do I have nickel ore? The hard thing is remembering everything. Oh wait, it's right there. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Staffy, hi. I forgot. Hey, I have my own version of Seabat. Okay. What's in here? This? Oh. No, okay. Alright, maybe I have it. Because I have just a lot of stuff in a lot of places. This, I think I'm gonna bin that. Yeah.
ABM47 asked me, you will need to take over Rude Cormit's job on Ninu's stream. Are you up to the task? Oh, I can definitely fill in for that cheeky sod and always ready to stir up some chaos and keep everyone on their toes. Let's get this party started and I'll make sure the chat's filled with laughs, innuendos, and just the right amount of debauchery. Who needs sleep when you can have a Staffy-fueled stream, right?
True. That is true. Okay. Yeah, trash can is doing trash can stuff. Okay. We need... These are not the things I need. Okay. How the fuck do I, how do I make, the gel thingy? Here? Does it tell me here? Gel sack and ruby. Oh, dang it. And we need wiring kit, which is 2 silvers. What was this thing in? Nickel. Oh! Isn't that what we were looking for? We didn't find any nickel. I don't think we found any nickel. We haven't... This is going great. Okay. I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna lob this in here. And I'm gonna lob this in here. Everything is under control.
Damn, we got...
What the fuck?
Bad. Anyway, I'm standing.
Are you here? Are you alive?
I'm gonna just lob this here.
Is it?
What are you? Oh my god, it was not real! Why am I so stupid? Why am I so...
Oh no, Z's. Oh no. No nickel, Ninu. No nickel. I have no nickel. Wait, I can... Okay. I will concentrate. Nickelodeon. No, there's no nickel on here. Okay, where do I find nickel, guys? Where do I find nickel? Where do I find... Where do I find Nicolas Cage? In your bag. I don't think I have it in my bag. I'm gonna go to the loo real quick. I got a wee. BRB.
No, Nino, stop peeing. Nino, did you pee again?
Oh hi! Oh hi! Oh hi! Ohio! As I hear Linkin Park here, it starts with one thing. Okay, need to concentrate. Okay, what I need to do is I gotta unpin these because I won't be able to follow. Okay, these. Okay, and in LGL. These. And nickel. I don't know where nickel is. I don't know where nickel is. No, it was a wee, guys. I told you guys. I'm going for a wee wee. I went for a wee wee, guys. I went for a wee wee. Alright. Take oiler. Gobble these. Is that, wait, hold up. Is that why I took the prawn suit? Oh, wait, oh my god. I need the batteries. I need to make the batteries. Wait, I need batteries. I need to make... Okay, wait, no, forget that. I'm gonna take this battery. Thank you for filling my bag. Now I need to... Oh, shiver me timbers. I don't know what to do with them. What? Oh my god. What? Everything? What? Why is it full? Why is everything full? I just wanna... Can I make... I need more shelves. I need more storage. Wait, hold up. Are these too full too? Yay! Good. Okay, let me get titania, right? Isn't that all I need? Yes. Quartz as well? Give me quartz, please. Diamond. Quartz. Where's quartz? Diamond. Wait, I need this. Right? Yes, we have 2 of them. Oh my god, so I just need to get 2 gel sets. Where the fuck do I get gel set? I don't know. Okay. Quartz. I'm gonna silver. Quartz. One quartz, really? Is that all I have? Oh, okay, 2. Guys, my bag is already full. You can't fill it up. You can't fill it up. It will fall into the ocean. Everything fell into the ocean. Everything fell in the ocean. Everything fell in the ocean. Okay. Alright. Okay. 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 Concentrate. Need it. What do we need? What do we need? What do I need to get? Big battery. What do I need for big battery? No, we don't need big battery. I just need to take small battery. Yeah. Take small battery. Yeah. And instead of taking the prawns... Oh! Oh! Please. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna enter this. I'm gonna enter this. Fish, frog...
Systems online.
No. I don't know where I should look for him. Gel sex. Where... Could I have... Could I have scanned it? Could I have scanned for it? Where? Okay. Wait, what if I go to like a jelly place? And maybe that will be gel sex because they're jelly, right? Okay. We just need two of them, and nickel. Yes. I'm just gonna go this direction. I'm sure I'm gonna find the place. Where do they usually hide? Oh! Fucking hell! Please, no way! Oh my god, I can't see anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I... The fuck? What am I? Wait. I go up? Am I... I'm still in my... Oh my god. Okay, oh my god. Dude. Ah! I call this a boost. What is that? What are those? What is it? What? Wait, what are those? Am I going up? Am I going down? Am I upside down? Ugh! Oh my god. Okay. Okay, this looks like a mushroomy place. Maybe they have... Wait. Gel sex? Gel sex? No. Oh my god. It looks like a place full of gel sex. Thanks, guys. You guys are really helpful. What is that? I need to find nickel as well. Where do I find Nicolas Cage? I gotta stop. Man. What is that? What is that? Ugh. I don't see... Oh, wait! Are those gel sex? Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
Decreased.
Really? Really? Fucking hell. Oh my god. Where's my... Don't explode. Where is it now? That's home sweet home. Okay, I need to change the color. Where's my... Brother! Where the fuck am I? Where's my... okay. Thank you for contributing. Those are all turned off. What I need is my sea moth. Sea moth. Sea moth. Sea moth. Sea moth. Sea moth. Oh wait, hold up. No explode. Oh, change color to yellow. Yay! Okay, it's there. Okay, so it's not that far. Next. Next. Oh, what are those? Has Nino killed a Reaper of anything? I have killed it. And no, I don't want to kill it again. And if you guys spawn it, I am going to increase. I'm going to increase the price for everything. So don't spawn it. I will increase everything. Maybe there's some nickel here. Or maybe gel sacks. Oh shit! I go fast. Oh! Dead. Wee-haw. Wait, was that a gel sack? What is this? What is this? What's this? Okay, well I can't grab it. Oh! Wait. Huh? Wait! Is it? Is this? Oh,
Welcome
it is.
aboard, Captain.
It's my ride. I thought it was at a different location for some reason. Okay. Alright, well there's no gel sacks here. Okay, let's go this way. Go into the places that we can't see. Ooh, number 13. Have we been to number 13? We probably have, right? Ooh, I use prawn shoot for this. I wish I could mark things on the map. Wait, is that something that you can do? Where do I find the jail sinks? Oh, is that jail? Nope. Is that no? Oh. Ooh. What are those? What are these? What are these? This looks scary. You mark them by placing a beacon. Oh, yeah, but I have a shitload of beacons. I have a shitload of beacons. It's like not gonna make a difference. I have visualized it.
We interrupt our program to bring
Is
you
that an
this
egg?
important message.
Is this a gel
I
set?
love you. Now back to our show.
Joseph?
meters. Oxygen efficiency.
Creature egg. I want an egg. I don't want your ugly egg. I will be too. Is it just a rock? Titanium. Ooh, this is good. Ooh, this is just a fragment. Oh, it's not blueprint, is it? Oh, it is a blueprint.
New
Okay,
blueprint
now.
acquired.
Ooh, fancy. Hilbert. Oh. Okay, I kind of want to go back to my sea moth. You missed. Why again? JK. I jest. Oh, what is this? Oh! What is this? Oh! Time capsule! What is it? What? What is it? I've been on this planet for a while now. Not sure how long, but what? Okay, too much. Take care of Grog for me. Who's Grog? Wait, does this tell me a Is that a location? Did they give me a location?
It is normal when first piloting a prawn suit to feel a sense of limitless power. Prawn operators receive weeks of training to counteract this phenomenon. You will have to make do with self-discipline.
No, I'm winking. Oh wait, would it be further down there? There's civilization. There's Humans. Oh wait, what is this? I didn't even know those time capsules. Let me go like here. Alright. Exploring. Okay. Fish. 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 Fish? Any other time capsules? Wait. That's fish. That's big fish. No good big fish. Oh. Fancy. Ooh. Fancy. What? Oh, is that an egg? That's not an egg. Gold! I don't want gold. I want nickel. I want nickel, please. Nope. Ooh, fancy, fancy. I don't think I can enter this, can I? Oh, dang, I'm sorry, buddy. This is why I have. I have sack. I have sack. What? I didn't even know I had it. When the fuck did I get it? When? What? Guys, I have it. Wait, when? When? This from the time. Oh my god. Lovely. Okay, I just need nickel now. I just need nickel. But where do I find nickel? Where do I find nickel? Is it on hot places? I got nickel. Plant the sack and farm it. Wait, you can farm the... Wait, you can plant... You can farm the sack? Wait, really? Ouch. It's in it outdoor? Okay, I mean, I can make an outdoor. If I make it, then it'll be good. Okay. Okay. Can I put any of the beds? Can I put any bed out there? Nickel would nickel be here? Would any nickel be here? What the hell? Would any nickel be here? Lead. I want lead. Copper. I want copper. What is this? Copper ore. Okay. What is this? Lead? This is lithium. Big ass lithium. Hit this. Salt. I don't need salt. Eesh. A specific thing you build called an exterior. Okay, I've got nightlight on. Turn that off. Let's see, do I have that then? Oh, yeah, no, it's here. Grass. Oh, I do. Exterior, this one, right? Hello, Shadow Pied. Hello. Alright, so I think I have it. Home sweet home. Wow, there's like a lot of blue things here. A lot of yellow. I like the time capsule mechanics allows you to help feature beginners at the game. Wait, is it like, okay? Is it like Death Stranding where you like build things and you can leave it for people? That's kind of cool. That means I can leave things for people. There's the oiler. Here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Wow. It's still going. Damn. So we have Oh yeah, we're gonna build the exterior thingy. What do I need? What do I need? 4 titanium. Grab one more. One more. One more. Okay. There you go. Alright. Yeah. Let's build it here. Wait, I can't build it there? This is exterior. Wait, it is exterior, right? Indoors. Oh, my bad. Wait. What? Oh, what? No? Oh, hold up. There we go. Exterior. Alright. It's not. It's wonky. Okay.
Farming alien plants is a proven survival strategy.
Okay.
Craig
I'll put
McGill
one of those in there.
survived 47 months on a healthy, raw salad
Okay.
of live tree roaches and stagweed.
Okay, how long will that take to grow? Are there like certain plants I want to grow outdoor? Are there certain plants I want to grow? Yeah. Yeah, that's me. Let me get rid of my helmet. You can sleep to speed up. Wait, really? Really? I also did get another plushie, so I suppose this is my bedroom. I eat. Will I get multiple? Oh wait, I gotta bind it. There you go. Okay. Oh, I gotta eat this. Gobble, 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 gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Alright. Has it grown? Has it grown? Has it grown? There's only still one! Right, is it still... It's still one, right? If I take this... It's still one! Why is it not growing faster? Oh, I gotta knife it? Okay. Okay. Oh, I see, okay. I don't wanna... Okay. Alright, we've got 2 of them in there. We'll do that. And then...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And then I get my... rubies. And... make my... gel thingy. Yes. Only Reno will leave a time capsule when leaving the planet. Of course! Wait, I can leave... Can I write anything I like? Can I write anything I like? Can I say... Can I write anything I want? I'm gonna remove some of these things. I'm gonna put things that I'm saving up. This... Oh yeah, wait, we have silver, right? Wait, where's my other silver? I'm sure I have more silver. Also... let's look at rubber. Silver. Here's silver. To make that and plasteel. How about I make plasteel again? Is it titanium? This, right? So we got that. And titanium ingot, yeah. Titanium. I thought I had like a bunch of titanium. Wait. It's lithium. What am I gonna do with these? I have like so many. Oh, uranium. I shoved that in the thingy, right? Make energy. Oh, and let me drop this here. Oh, I drop the lead in here too, in this. Lovely. That's crazy. I can't believe this. Alright, maybe upstairs. Where are you? Here you go. Titanium. Ah, what do you mean? How many do I need to make that big old boyo? Six items of any? Wait, hold up. I think I missed something. Oh, 6 items? That's just a bomb inside it. Whether they're manual review, time cuts, and some items are banned. Oh, what items are banned? What items are banned, huh? Oh, I need lithium. Okay. Yeah, lithium. That's lead. Lithium. 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 Oh yeah, I just need one of this anyway, so let me eat. Lithium. Need one lithium? Oh. Ooh, lithium. Ooh. Ooh, lithium. Lithium. What's that here? Okay. Lithium. Lithium. Oh, how kind of you. Let me drop these in there. Very kind and very gracious. Okay. Oh wait, is there lithium here? No lithium. No lithium. No lithium. Yeah, I think I need to. Oh, maybe upstairs. Lithium? No lithium. Okay. Alright, gotta. Where do I find them? Where do I find? It tends to be tools. Okay. Concentrate, you. Oh, I can remove this now. I don't need this. I just need steel, and I need nickel and lithium. Would the scanner pick up on nickel? I don't think it shows nickel, does it? Nickel? No. Does it show... man... It doesn't even show lithium. I think lithium was on the planet, right? Right? Oh. Yeah. I didn't have to do that. Oops, let's go this way. Oh wait, I need to go back up again for my ride. Oh yeah, wait, gotta make sure it's all repaired. Laser cutter. Wait. Wait, isn't this how I repair it? Oh, it's all repaired. Oh, silly me. Okay. So then equip now or propulsion cannon. Not me. Nah, not me. Alright, so I need lithium and nickel. What the hell? Fish? Whoa, invisible fish. Alright, so we need I found the cuttlefish? No, what cuttlefish? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Cause this is the mushroom area. The mushroom. Should I have taken my prawn shoe? Prawn suit? Prawn shoes. Nah. It's not repaired, Nina. Wait, really? Oh.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Wait, how do I repair it then? With my repair tool, right? Am I wrong? Wait. Am I doing it wrong? Wait, what do you use it to repair? What are those? What are those? Could be any. Oh! What the fuck? Might be bugged with crowd control. Oh. Well, okay, that's just don't break. Sheesh. Oh God. Okay. I'm gonna go up because it's smoking. Oh my God. No, please, no, please, no, get off! Are you fucking with me right now? Are you fucking with me? My fucking... Okay, really? Where the fuck am I? Oh, man. Oh, fucking damn it. Really? 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 you know how I was saying that let's not break it? Thanks so lucky, man. Is it gonna be daytime anytime soon? Oh my god. How dare you? Ooh, color. Pretty. What is this? What is this? Pretty. Okay, it's abnormally dark. Shouldn't it be done by now? I'm not being chased, am I? No.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Rabbit! Yeah. I'm gonna add it to my collection. Man. I can't believe it broke. Okay, nickel, guys. Nickel. Wow, the sun is out. Where do I get not nickel? Yeah, nickel. Where do I get nickel from? I don't want its egg. This is drama queens. Continue. I didn't take your kid. Ah. What the hell? Oh! Oh my god, really? Guys, really? 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 And I'm sad my sea moth is gone. How many sea moths have I had? Is it done yet? How long does this last? Oh! Oh, okay. Cool. Well, better have like 10,000 billion quadrillion. Only 2?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Whoa, why is it so white? Is it just me? Wow, it's not. It's gonna be that stingy. Also, why does it say beacon? I'm missing a part. No, come on. Really? Really? Okay, what? I get 3 seeds from each plant, okay. Okay. So... what? Man! I miss my sea moth. So what I need to do is... 1, 2. Was the third one gonna destroy it? 1, 2. Whee! They go quick. Man, I need to get nickel. Should I just travel with the prawn suit? That's my prawn suit. I need big boy battery though. Okay, let's see. Big boy battery. Big boy battery needs lots of baby batteries. Okay, do we have shroomies? I have seeds. Wait, I can plant these. I'll plant them. Right? Yeah. Let me... I need this though. Yay. And then shroomies. Oh. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did you guys hit me? Man. Copy. Okay. Nah. Come on, no. No, you're kidding. You're kidding. Oh wait, I wanted to put the wait, where's my my colorful fish? Okay, please. Yay! Oh, okay. Dang. I only make one. Farm, you can make a farm of creepy plants and a mushroom too. Oh, why is that a lot of work? There's a lot of work. So much work for so little things. Okay, where's my prawn suit? Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Can I kill fish with this? Destroy! Okay. Whee! Ooh! Funsies. I can destroy you! I will destroy you! Oh man. How do I land gently? I don't want to break my suit. need nickel. I need nickel back. Deep in the ocean. Uh-oh. Oh, look! It's something. What is this? It's not working. It's not working. Am I not hitting it? What? Why is it? Why is it not working? Am I not strong enough? I need a drill arm. Oh. I will beat the shit out of you. Bro. Guys. Damn. What the hell? That's actually crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Nicholas D like in Actila. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's like even listening. Gently. Whee! Oh, that's too far up. Okay, well, you know what? I actually don't mind it being up here. Goodbye. Do I need to repair you? Yeah, my repair thing's not working properly. Okay. Crazy, crazy. It's listening to me. It's listening to me, guys. It's listening to me. It's listening to it. Do I make it here? Oh, okay. Propulsion cannon. Oh, do I make it in the... Where's drill? Where's drill? Here you go. Hi, Moon. Wait, can I make two arms? Oh. Did I didn't need lithium. Wait. Did I? Oh, sorry, wasn't I collecting lithium for something? Was I collecting lithium for There's a grapple drill? Is that a... Grappling! Oh, this! I'm very scared. Yeah! Okay, what does it mean? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the red juice. I've never made the red juice, but you guys gave me the red juice. There you go, look. Make him... The advanced one. Golden computer chip! Okay, it's a lot of gold. I have gold. What was it? Gold and copper wire. I don't have enough copper. I don't have enough. Wait! That's why I needed the lithium! Oh! Okay. Where did I put my... Did I put it in here? Nope. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, and the wiring kit. Okay. I just need nickel. Okay, what do I need? Oh yeah, I needed this right. Copper. Copper wire, I need 2 copper. I don't have. Oh man. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna... Take this shit I don't need. I needed this, I think. Needed diamond. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then take. Woo! And then drop the shit in here. Wow. Yeesh. Right. Oh, I mean, yeah, I can plant those out there. Alright. Dang, these things take ages. Alright. Progress? 0 progress. Let me plant these. Okay. CBA. Okay, I get oiler.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I mean, I got this. Okay, and then I need to. How do I take it out? Do that? Since my repair thing is not working, I'm just gonna do this. I mean... Bruh. Okay. And then... put my repair tool in here. Make some offie. Place the battery in here. Offie! Isn't Subnautica 2 coming out? They look the same, Lampy. That is technically the same thing.
Completed.
Okay, then. Four. There you go. And then that. Sorted. Oh, oiler. And then got oiler and Alfie. Okay. Okay. They're the same in my eyes. They're the same. Alright, what are we looking for? Copper. Copper is abundant. But watch me not get any copper. Watch me get no copper at all. But I don't want to go, but that Leviathan is awaiting me. Yeah, this way. Because he's a stinking poophead. He's a poopy Mr. Butthole. Poopy Mr. Butthole. Wee! Wee! Alright, there should be some copper here, right? Okay, there. Copper! A copper for your thoughts, sir. I find that like a very silly saying. Whoa, how many? Dang.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
There we are. Oh, lovely. I get silver when I don't want it. Hello. Titanium. Any brain? Damn. Peace? Yay. One. Don't make me steal your kids. Land. Ooh, it's floating. Never drop material. Worst mistake of my life during my first playthrough. Oh, what did he drop? Gold. Silver. Did he just like drop them out and about, like, because they just fall down, just like how chat made it so that they made me drop my suit. They made me naked. It was Vizerp, actually. I'm not sure if Vizerp is here at the moment, because if he was here, he would have done the same thing. He would have done it
decreased
multiple times. A lot of titanium, it was painful trying to get it all back. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, what happens to me is I get a shitload of titanium and then I don't need it. Then I don't need it. And then when I need it, it's all gone. It's just fragments. When I need something, they're there. When I don't need them, they're not there. Like Nickelback. Actually, I never got Nickelback, so I don't know. I don't know. Next. Okay, make our way home. I think we have enough silver. Enough silver. Maybe we'll find a Brian. Oh, not silver, copper. There we go. Keep the test for Lost River base. Yeah. Oh, what? Hello, fella. Yeah. And then you end up building stuff, and then you run out of titanium. Oh, and quartz. Did you collect a shitload of quartz? And you're like, I need it. I need it now. Where are thou? Where are thou? Where are you? Wait, is this in? Oh, it's not inactive. Okay. I thought that was gonna be inactive. It'd be no. No. Wait, can I still go there? Part is for a big aquarium. Yeah. Yeah. Like my bedroom is made out of glass. There's another one as well. Like the enameled one. Oh gosh, collecting those teeth. I don't think I have ever collected them. Ouch! I flicked my finger. I flicked my finger on a fly. Alright, so I needed this needed copper wire and oh, I think I put those all the way here. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. And go here. And then chip. Alright, now. Wait. What? Ah, okay. Good. I can use these. Then we make these advance. Oh no! It is. You're right. You're right, man. You're right. Okay. This? Wait, forgot. Titanium. And then lithium, which apparently I have a shitload of. Right? Here we go. I'm about to lose my mind. Okay. So, oh, and then we can make both of those. So, oh yeah, we make it on the, I'm guessing, our, this thing? Oh no. Our mobile thingy. Mobile. Wow. Spooky. Wait, where is my... Huh? Where's my bathing? Oh, it's right there. Is it on here? Can you get on here? I don't make on here. Make it in the moon pool. Oh, moon pool. Okay. Home sweet home. Where's home sweet home there? Has Nina ever gone below 5? Yeah, I've been below that. What, like, the little broken places.
Captain.
Oh, yeah. Moonbeam. Oh man. Wait, can I put my thingy here? My prawn suit here? Really? Okay. Lithium and four. These nuts. No way. No way. No way. Okay, thank God there's just enough. Right? Yes, just enough. You can dock it there? Oh my God. Okay. Oh. Where is it? It's somewhere up. Oh, right here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Lamp. Whee! Dock! Why is it not getting docked? There you go. Lovely. Hey. Okay. Let me get the other noise. Okay. Go here. Is an upgrade? Oh. What? Oh. It's kitted up. And I get to change it as well. Big boy. We're gonna make it. Thinking. Go red. Name. Oh, you're black. Interior. Make it pink. Stripes. Oh, those make it yellow. Done. Ready. Oh wow, that's not even yellow, that's green. That's vile. Okay, what other upgrades can I do for the prawn suit? Big boy, I mean. Oh, big boy. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy. That's Cyclops. I need, oh gosh, more pieces of it. Sheesh. Alright, now we can unpin this all. This? Oh, just boring torpedoes? Oh, prawn suit thermal reactor. Power cell in hot air doesn't stack. What? Kryptonite? Wait. What? Nickel. Everything needs a nickel. Everything needs nickel, man. Everything needs nickel. Well, wait. I mean, we've got to kit it up, right? Oh, wait. Storage unit? Storage unit? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, the thing is... Yeah, I don't have any titanium. Kind of weird, isn't it? No more titanium. No more titanium. So that's okay, I can collect them. That's crazy. We were just talking about titanium. And now... It's all gone. Wait, is it? No. Wait, I can steal it from them. Where are they? Where's your... Oh wait, do I need to scan it or can I just take it? Haha, yoink! I'm gonna get attacked? No? Are they following me now? Yay! Dang! Next. Oh. Do you have any? Where's yours? No. Whoa! You killed a fish. My favorite fish. Oh, I thought there's something in there. It's not. Yeah. Titanium. No. Agneta, hi. Wait, Agneta, are you okay? Seems like you're missing something. You know, you usually have this like intro. Big ass fish. Okay, it's questionable. What do you mean questionable? You have an entrance. What is this? Gold. Oh, yeah, I don't want to be here. I remember. This place, no good place. Filled with bad people. Oh, I need to go up. I need a oxygen. No, don't be sorry. No, don't be sorry. I'm just teasing you. Usually, whenever you arrive, you play Jeff. There it is. I hope you're doing good though. You better be doing good, sir. Okay. Now it's done. Order. 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 Alright, we got a shitload of titanium. Why did I need the titanium? Why did I need the titanium? Why did I need the titanium? Oh, yes, you're right. Storage. Okay, let me just go. Wait, where did I? Yeah, sea mob thingy. Moon pool. Lithium! I forgot lithium. Oh man. So does this need? Wow, actually lasts long. Lithium. 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 Ah, I wish things were in order. I don't know how much I needed. I needed 2. I needed 3. Well, I'm just gonna grab an extra one just to be sure. Your face looks good. Thank you. Thank you. I worked hard. I worked hard. I worked really hard. Okay, so do I need this hovering seam of diamond? Okay, I can get this. I just need 4 diamond. I mean, get diamond. We have a shitload of diamond, after all. I say as I find like 4 diamond. You know, it's very pretty. Thank you, Staffy. Okay, now I love these in here. Yes? Yeah. Where's oh, it's on the other side, isn't it?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There you go. Look, big boy. Power cell. It's fully charged. It gets charged up on here. Oh my god. What? God damn it. Oh, nobody told me. Okay. What? Nickel. We need nickel, guys. We need nickel. Wait, let me jeez. Let me break this titanium. Nicole. No, we're not putting it in here. Putting it in. I wish I could put things in order, make sure the place is kind of clean. I wish they were like stored properly, you know, like stored under, I don't know, pipes. You want your nickel back? I want. Yes, I want my nickel back. I want my nickel back. That actually happened to us. Right here. Here you go. master. Go. Good night. Sleep well. Ah! Yeah, I'm back. It's me. It's me. Ah! Okay. Guys, I do need nickel. Okay. Is my prawn suit ready? Is my prawn suit ready? Is my prawn suit ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Dang. Okay, that is bullshit. How am I supposed to get kryptonite when I need kryptonite to get the material in the first place? Okay, so I just go to volcano.
Captain.
Ooh, is this like a grappling hook? Oh, that's so cool. How far does it go? Whoa! That's cool. Do I need to be careful? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't think this is safe. Does it break? Gently. Okay, I landed gently. Okay. Gabriel! Oh! Cool. Guys, I'm about to drill you, Mom. Okay, anyways, where do I go? I don't accidentally want to go. How far does this go? Oh. Parkour! Ah! Parkour! Okay, I need to... Wait, that's kind of fun. Wee! Okay, which place is safe to traverse? I don't have a compass. Wait, do I have a compass? I have a That's home. Neptune thing? No, I think this area is okay. The process isn't really much use until without the grappling hook. Yeah, I have a grappling hook. It's so fun. Whoa! Whee! Oh gosh. Whee! Wow! Oh. I fish? Yeah. Okay. Wait, I don't know where I am. Oh wait, I can go up, right? Hold up. Ow! Okay. Oh, I have no. Yeehaw. Okay. Right. Let's see. Damn. Okay. Okay, it takes long to recharge that. Can I kill the Leviathan if it attacks me? Oh. This looks like a long fall. Mushroom land. Whee. Whee. Wait, can I? Yeah, drill. No. Okay, so I gotta find the hole. One last thing I have a Subnautica mod recommended called Red Plaque. What does the Red Plaque do? If you attack, I'm gonna kill you. Where are the? Oh, we don't want to get close to that. What? Oh my god!
KI Death VT just raided my stream with 9 viewers.
No worries.
Everyone behave.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Oh my god. Hi. Kadea. Did I say that name right? Kadea VT. Hi. Welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you for bringing all your lovely people in here. I'm Ninu. I play old other games. I am very innocent. I commit no crime. Yeah.
With their players?
Welcome to the family Yam_Eto.
Hello. Oh my god, I do miss Sea of Thieves. Oh no.
Quick! Repair!
Oh no.
I don't have...
Oh no. Are you guys gonna sink?
You know what? I don't have wood.
I can't move!
Oh. Did you guys drown?
I don't know how to repair.
Oh.
I don't...
I'm shooting back! Oh my god, I'm so drunk!
What do you mean bullshit? We got destroyed by an enemy ship. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find.
Oh, for me, you know, when I tried to use the in-game mic, it never worked for me.
Where are they?
Oh. Oh, they're throwing fireworks. Okay, yeah. Maybe not. Maybe that was not fireworks. What did you play today? You guys are on Discord? But you can talk to the enemy, right? Guys, I'm drilling! Alright. Oh my god, this is a lot of work. Dang. Valorant! Oh, nice. What rank are you? I don't need this. I know it works now. I think that's a bad spot, guys, that area. Bad spot, not good area. Ascendant? That's like top gamer level. What's your favorite hero? What do you mean? I struggle with playing Valorant. I need to like have no music. Reyna. Oh wait, Reyna's the one with the wolves. Wait, or is that the Sombra girl? The purple one. Need to pro game. God, who sucks salt? Oh, I like her. Demon. She's a demon. Yeah, the one that can heals herself and become invisible. Yeah, she's Sombra. Isn't it also the same voice actor? That's so cool. Damn, I guess I'll have to check you out so I can learn. You can give me some tips. Give me some tips on how to get good, how to concentrate in game. Guys, if a Leviathan attacks me, can I kill it? And I need to find a hole. I do not need to climb here. I need to find a hole. It's Raze and Sombra. Oh! Oh, the girl with the grenade, won't you think? That's, is that... Oh my god, I'm so good, guys. I know names. I know names, but not faces. But I'm getting them good so far. I'm getting them right. Whee! Oh! Yeah, that's what I thought. I should have got some food and oil. Like this is gonna be a bad mistake. Oh, what's this? Gold? Lithium, I don't need them. Oh my god. It's pretty. Wait. This is where I need to go, right? It's cavernous and it's dark. And that goes upwards. I'm gonna kill you, buddy. Don't get close. I made art for you in the past. You did? Wait a minute. Wait, which one? Which one? Oh, wait. Oh, I Mado. Yeah, I know Mado. I call him Mado still. Yeah. Oh, guys. Oh my god. Yes. I love it, guys. The art. The one that Nova said, Nino be thick. You're the artist. Oh my god. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is so cool. I love it. Chat loves it. Chat loves it too. They were blushing. It's so good. I love it. Thank you.
Damn, need to be thick.
Damn, need to be thick. Yeah. This one, guys. Let me. Where is it? Need to be thick. Damn, need to be thick. I gotta show them the safe one. This one, guys. Hold up. This one. Do you guys remember this one? Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, this one. I think I'm getting killed. Oh, nah, I'm fine. Wait. Be gone! Be gone! Be gone! Is it dead? Is it dead? I think it's dead. Anyone want tuna? It was going down. Yes. Calm down. Good night. Oh, wait. This is the same place. Doesn't feel like I'm going down. Wait, why do I feel shorter? Very cute. Yes! I love it. Thank you so much. So talented. Do you take more commissions? Do you take commissions? Oh! Whoa, I yoinked a fish! Okay, that's the same spot. Okay. Wait, is that down? That looks like down, right? No, it's not. It's the same. Everything looks the same. I do, yes? Heck yeah. If suppose somebody was to contact you about some ARC missions, where could they find you? You have a VGen account? You'll trust the... I see sometimes the caption are... Oh! Yeah, the caption is actually broken. It does not work. It talks about random stuff. I actually did try to fix it. No touchy. Oh! Guys, what is this? It's not dead yet. Is this good? This is good. Can I take it? How do I take it? Do I need to get out?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you.
Passing 200 meters.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Yes. Ah! Heck yeah! Yep, that's the link, guys. If you want to check them out, do it. They made Needle, the Needle cute Needle outfit. And other one for my eyes. But it is. I'm here. I'ma end you. Tuna. Okay. I'm stuck. Right. Where is home? Oh, is that an egg? Wait, what? Okay, it's just silly lights. Silly lights. A lot of times it gets you fun. Sometimes it just hilarious. Really? Wait, are you saying at some point I somewhat fixed it? Need to go deeper. Whee! This is so fun. Oh, this is what it means to be in Spooderman. Okay. Spooderman. Now is Boop's links, but we can still get them. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for getting the link, Lampy. Oh, by the way, if you need to head off and do human stuff, eating, pooping, sleeping, pissing. Did I forget anything else? Eating ice cream. Then you go do that. And thank you for bringing all your lovely people in here. Oh, 1:30? Oh yeah, that's definitely big time. For a reasonable person. Okay. You sleep well, and thank you. It is lovely meeting you. Thank you. Jorking? I'm not quite fish. You know what? I have killed your brethren. You could be tuna too. You will become tuna if it must be. Wait. I think that's a bad place. Looks like a bad place. Because I mean it isn't reasonable. What are you? I'm good. I'm good. What do you mean? I'm good. I'm good. Drill. Okay. Oh, can I drill the ship? Can I drill it? Oh. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Can I run? Uh-oh. Whee! Oh yeah, but I am innocent. I don't know. You have no evidence of anything. Name a crime I have committed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing. Oh! Is this deep? I kill. No, this is not even. Stage. It looks dark. Wait, this is deep. Right? No, this is not deep. I don't get deeper than this. No. Can I fit through here? Oh, can fit through here. You're lying. I can. You're calling me fat. I don't want to go a long way. Please. I can go through here. You can't solve it. Yay, I did it. I'm out. Yeah, okay. I think I need to go recharge. Hey. You don't want to mess with me, sir. You don't want to... I will end your species. Nice. I think I... Ooh. Whee! That's salt. Yeah, I didn't do what I set out to do today. But tomorrow is a new day. I sent you... Is there any evidence? You mean? Oh my god! Oh my god, Staffy! I like how... Wait, oh. Verify age group. I can see half of it. No, that's just me being innocent. It's just me being innocent. I can confirm it's me being innocent. It's just me relaxing, guys. It's just me relaxing, doing what Ninu does best. She's crafting me. What? Hold up a minute. Me? I'm good. Ninu good. Ow. Ninu good. Nino good.
Seek fluid intake.
Nino good.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Good Nino good. Good Nino good. Nino good. Dang this. Guys, I did one thing. I did one thing. I waited, don't I? Yeah. I did one thing.
Stabilizing.
I did one thing. I got this ruby. I got a ruby. I did one thing. I got the ruby. I got a ruby. I got a ruby. I got a ruby. Needy does things to me. I am innocent. Oh wait, it's not. It's not my bed. No, it's not the way. This is the way. I am innocent. I have done nothing wrong. I merely existed. I just existed. Captain Nino, what's your orders? Commit crime! Oh, yes. I forgot that was a thing. Is it every time you type innocent? Commit crime! Someone committing crime solves human problems. If it results in the destruction of human population. Yay! I'm special. This is a nice, really nice of them. Man, guys, I don't think I'm ever gonna leave this place. I'm never gonna leave this place. I'm never leaving. Wait, hold up. I have an idea. What if? Okay, Nickelback's not in here, right? What if I use my camera? Oh, yucky. What if I use my camera? Find a deep hole. Then we find your mother. I'm joking. Yeah, it's empty. I'm joking. Wait. Oh! I'm in the belly of the beast. How do I? Yup. Wow. Please. Yay. Are you gonna drop me yet? Well, I think I'm being fed. I'm gonna be fed. Please. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm leaving you. Okay. I just gotta find a deep... Is that my other camera? Oh, dang. A hole in the ground. Bow, bow, bow. What is this? Oh. Oh, is this too far? Is 500? 500 the limit? Okay. Fine. Wow.
Lampy88 asked me, will Ninu ever find a deep hole in Subnautica? Well, if Ninu keeps going at this rate, they'll find a deep hole right after they find some common sense. Blimey, they're like a fish out of water, but in water. Maybe they need a bit of a push, a real good poke to get them going deeper. I'm sure I could help with that. I've got plenty of experience with deep holes, if you know what I mean. Not that Ninu does, clearly.
Hold up. Hold up. What? Wait. Fuck. I have nothing to say. Damn. Damn. Bruh. Gel set. Heat areas. Nickel? Nickel? No. Alright, heat areas. Jeez, that no. 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 I know. I know. I know where it is. I know. I know. It's your mom. It's your mom. Knows the thing or two about spelunking. Which spelunking? What is that? German? Huh? Spelunking. German, you're under arrest for being legally you. Really? Spelunking. Spelunking. Wait, where is the heat? Oh, right there. Okay, I can do it. How do I find it? How? Guys, how do I find your mother? How do I find your mother? I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh wait, is this? Oh, deep. Oh, is this it? Am I making it? Let me in! This thing is calling me fat. Wait, the hell? Where can I go? Can I? Let me in! Can I drill? It can fit through here. I can! You're wrong! I can fit! If it sits, it can fit. Yay! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! There we go. I made it. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fucking hell! Why is that bullshit? There's so much shit of them! Oh man. Oh my god. Get your ass out of my face! Can I kill these? Let me through, please! Can I kill them? Please let me through! Let me through! Get out! Am I killing them? Are they dying? They're not dying. Okay. Okay, can't go through there. Is there another path? Ooh. This one. Oh. This is fine, right? Wait, this is fine, right? This is... Bruh. Wait. I can't crouch. Oh. Here. This looks dangerous. I don't really trust myself through here. Is it hot? Can I touch it? Do I go in? With my repair tool? That doesn't work? Ah! It's hot! It's hot. Okay, well, it's fine. It doesn't need repairing. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, do I have to go down there? Do I go down there? It doesn't look like there's a hole there. It doesn't... Uh-oh. Ow! Do I drill it? Okay, I think... Okay, there's nothing there. Have I been lied to? Stupid face dead. Have I been scammed? Where? Nickel. Nickel. Wait. No. There's no nickel. There's no... It's a lie. You know what? I don't think this nickel exists. Game is lying. Nickel doesn't exist. Oh look, Avian is... Maybe I should go to where Avian is. Mr. Avian, do you know where the nickel is? I think we're fine. Hehe. Ooh. Ooh. That's the same key area. Am I breaking? What's that? Oh wait, that's home. Oh man. Okay, I think I should go back and repair this. Whee! Oh, wee! Fish dead. Fish dead. Like it's raining. Whee! Oh. Oh no. Take me in! No! 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 This way! Bruh. Please take me in. Take me in. Take me in.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm homeless. Alright, that bad place. There's no other hot places. Poop place. It's a lie. It doesn't exist. It lie. It lie. It lie. It lie. It lie. I'm never gonna get Nickelback. 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 They sucked anyways. Yeah. Let me go this opposite way. Oh, I swear to God, if you eat me, I'm gonna... I didn't know. I'm gonna do something not so nice to you. Ooh, now it's clear. Nice and clear. Fash. 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 Oh, you're diseased. Hey, could we look at the Leviathan? Could we look at the Leviathan? Yeah, not like that though. Okay. We're gonna go like here. Here is fine. Right? Yeah. Okay, can you give me some Nickelback? What does this have? Shale chunk. What does come out of shale chunk? Is it gonna be the same? Do I need to go access the other camera? Oh shit, where the fuck are you? Oh! Mushroom area. Where's my other camera? It's on there. Okay. We'll go this way. Ooh. Oh. Put it here. Let's see. What does this give? What does shale chunk give? Wait, let me look it up. Subnautica. Shale chunk. What do they give? What do they give? Does it give Nickelback? Does it give Nickelback? Gold, lithium, diamond. Okay. Okay. Subnautica, Nickelback. Nickel location. Lost River and inactive lava biome. Okay, where's Lost River? Where's the interactive map? Where's Nickel Large. Wait. Lost River. Where's Lost River location? Oh! Whoa. Okay. Wow. That looks. That does not look good. Dunes, mushroom forest. Where's oh. Where is it? Okay. Yeah. Bruh. I'm not gonna find this. There's so many places that the Leviathan can spawn. Oh. There's a sea dragon Leviathan. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? There's Ghost Leviathan? Why no one tell me?
Spawn in your butt, haha, got
Oh
him.
my fucking god. There's poop head. You poop head. You poop head. Poop head. Oh, I need to go at least 900 to 1,300 deep. And you're a poop head. You're a big ass poop head. Oh man. Damn, we're screwed. We gotta make things to go deep. Oh man, that sucks. We're gonna have to like go deep, even further down. A sea moth, right? Only sea moth. What's the was it upgrade? Nickelore, oh my god. Wow. So convenient. Oh, man. And, yeah, and I need to go 900 and below. And my sea moth is gone. My sea moth is gone. My sea moth is gone. Damn. God damn. Alright, I'm gonna save game. Gonna have to. Saving game. I need to go wee wee. I need to go toilet-o. Make sure you redeem your coins, your free coins for your thingy. Crash control. I'm gonna go toilet, and then when I come back, I'll close it. Okay? Okay, I'll go toilet now. Ah. Did you guys pick up your free coins? Yeah? I got some bread. I didn't... How? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Guys, you guys have poop faces. Yes, poop face. Poop face. Alright. Hold up, let me message Nova. Yum, 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 yum. Catch your fish. Okay. I'll wait until Nova responds. I'll play Marvel Rival. If Nova responds, I shall play Overwatch to get her better pass thingy. You wanna eat good bread? I'm just eating normal bread. I'll play some Marvel Rival. It's gonna be a new hero. I don't know if this has the season ended. I wanna see if I can rank up. Guys, somebody with the name Nuni messaged me, not messaged me, wanted to add me as a friend. Hey, whoa. I think I have to turn my model off for this. Oh wait. I don't know why. No, I don't know why. But I can be Neve. I can be Neve. Oh my god, how long is this gonna take? I eat plain bread. It's not so lame. Have you run out of tuna? No! I have like 2 cans left. 2 can or not 2 can? Yeah, you can join me. You down for the comp? Yeah, well, it was. Ooh, what the hell is this? Oh my god! I'm going skin. When does the season end? Oh, in a week. Okay. Right, comp. Oh shit! I completely forgot about this. Wait, when does this end? Okay. Okay. Oh, give me 510. Okay, no worries. 510 has had. Yes. Okay. I'll go here then.
Why should Asgard not
play
be
into
mine?
Nino Vitality.
That is the real question. Enemies, perfect.
Double KO! That's 3!
We? Big 3? I'm back! Yeah. Luna. Because she's small. Random. Is. You playing? Neo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
I missed already. Ladies, please, ladies. Guys, I don't know when the last time I actually played this game. It's been a while. You know what I've been doing? Staying in bed for days. And then get up to stream. But I should really get up like much earlier. I should get up much earlier. It's not good for Nino head. Oh wow.
Enemies, perfect.
What? I was also staying in bed most of the start of the week. Oh, it's not good. Staying in bed is not good. That like I've been like not being me lately. Like just dissociating a lot. I don't know why. And this brain does that to protect me or something. But then I don't know what the thing is. And then I try to figure out what it is. And then the cycle begins again. It's silly.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1!
Enemies, perfect.
Oh my god. Okay. So, I don't know. Maybe I should get up more. Like, get up earlier. It's cool again now, though. Oh yeah, I'm glad it's cooler. Hope it doesn't get any warmer. Oh, why is it just hot?
Enemies. Perfect.
Oggy starting up. Yay! Oh my god, I'm missing everything. I know the solution. Oh yeah, I can pull you. Let me pull you. I'm calling Staffy and all I see is just the things that she sent me. Hello? Hello? How are you?
And I'm me.
Yeah. I went on the Discord and that's the first thing I see.
2, 1.
Are you complaining?
No. Why would I complain?
When I rise, they fall.
Exactly.
A trice, a trisket.
Are you down to game?
I'm down to game.
Hell yeah. Wait, Abion is spectate. What is Abion spectating? Can I spectate the spectator?
Can you spectate someone in practice?
Wait, can you? No, I don't think he was spectating me. Well, I think he was... Maybe he's watching a game. Abion has other friends.
Oh man, it's got to compile shaders again.
Yeah, it always does that.
Yeah, but like the option on the launcher lets you skip it if you've done it once.
Oh, like for the day?
Until they update it.
Really? What?
It just makes you lag a little bit when you first load into a game.
Oh.
It's the experimental shader checkbox on the launcher.
Oh, I have it ticked. But then again, I haven't been on this game for a while.
Now this is gonna take like a hot second.
Yeah, it should be. Not every single game, but I don't know. Every time like I start the game, it does that to me.
And now I lost all your music. I need to like listen along or something.
Oh, yeah. I think. Wait, you can do that, right? On Spotify.
Yeah, I can do it. I've got it.
Yeah.
I've stolen your music again.
It's okay. I've stolen your music.
That's fair.
Jojo.
Oh god, that's another ancient clip. Why?
He's pulling his cock out!
Wait, was that like an alert that somebody played at the same time?
That was like a Tangier type thing, yeah?
That's
I think it was before Tangier existed though.
Oh, that's perfect. Beautiful. Ah, my name is...
Like 50%. I'm nearly there. The last like 60% was sometimes super great.
It's okay. Okay, this funding death music.
Oh, really? I always have to turn down the volume when I have them. It's so loud. By the way, I might have something fun for this weekend. Another strange thing. But we were talking about it before. You should remember eventually.
Man, I'm forgetful.
I'll type it out for you.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Hell
It's
yeah.
my lamp because it's a point reading. But yeah, if you wanna spend the night off stream, we'll have a good time.
Yeah? Okay. I'm down.
Hell yeah.
Hee hee.
Stop bringing the pictures.
Oh my god. Eat nom nom nom.
Oh my god, it's taking so long, sorry.
Oh no, don't. Good time has been called, chat. Yeah! Yeah. My name is...
There we go. Now it's launching properly.
Yay! I'm getting patted.
Wait, I wanna...
No, Ninu left waiting. Yeah, but I don't mind if it's Staffy because she's so nice and kind.
That's a line, you know.
Wait, no, you've always been nice and kind to me.
To you, not to everyone else.
Well, everyone else sucks. Everyone else sucks.
I'm stopping you doing ranked, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We can do normal cosplay if you like. And then
I don't mind what I do. it doesn't let me because I haven't played yet.
the game is silly poopy because you're actually good at the game.
I'm not good at the game, trust me.
No, guys,
Pick your hero.
you want to see this
Or
again?
villain. I'm not judging.
Watch Staffy crush people. I'll go Jeffrey. They took my Jeff.
Stop, there's already one. You've gotten stolen.
No, give
Looks
me
like
Jeff.
a damage or tank.
Okay. I don't mind playing
Eat
Squirrel
nuts
Girl.
and kick butts.
Do you guys like the Nodder emote? I like it. My name is...
I do still kind of have a crush on Wolverine. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Come, friend. We have a great
Which
battle ahead
one's
of
your
us,
favorite?
and no time to
Guys,
delay.
which one's your favorite?
I know what we gotta do, lady, and
and I'm gonna do it as far away from you as possible.
That's
It is clear that you are less than pleased with my presence.
That's a woman.
Why is that?
Why the fuck is the enemies here? Wait a minute.
Battle
What?
starts in
Oh
5.
yeah, you can like
3,
meet in here and play with this thing.
All you need to do is capture
have
the
a
mission area.
Wolverine.
Got it?
If these worlds come apart,
It's still
countless people will die. I must stop it.
I'm gonna get nuts! Tippy toe spotted bad guys. There they are!
I go the other side. I was so confused.
Oh.
Someone scratch my back.
Time to retreat. The mission area is yours to capture now. Where do you think you're going? You can return the favor? Ooh, now that's a snap.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone, sir! Be gone!
You'll want to protect
Mission area is yours. Ooh, I'm energized.
Ooh.
You're the best.
You're welcome.
enemies. Perfect.
Ooh, now that's a snap.
Goodbye. Goodbye, sir.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Oh. What a silly person.
I appreciate you. Ooh, I'm energized.
That's nice.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Ooh, I'm energized.
If you could be a Marvel character, what character would you be?
Invisible woman, that looked me.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. She's
time to go nuts.
She's What about Emma?
I mean, she's pretty hot, but she can't be invisible.
Double kill.
Hurricane incoming!
Oh, nice. You got it. She protected me, guys. She protected me. Staffy protected me.
Armed and dangerous!
You dude, I'm in dangerous. Oh, it didn't work
He's
out.
calm and dead.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh, now that's a snap.
See, guys, she's carrying us. And she says she's not good.
What do you mean? I'm behind?
You're doing good job.
If you
I'm doing
squirrels
worse than
the way
you. How is
I
that
know
carrying?
squirrels, I think you'd really like them. Oh, hi. Check out these nests.
Ooh.
30
Hey, Nunu,
seconds
can I
before
see
you
your
attack.
nuts?
Get ready.
You want to see my nut? Here you go. Do you like this
I
nut?
do.
Oh my
Oh, hell yes, that's a
You
big
You are
nut.
the cutest shark
Just
ever.
for you.
Look at those little feet.
Just give me a big fat nut.
I know sharks aren't supposed to have feet. And no, you can't eat Tippy Toe. She's my best friend.
Oh, whoa, he has thighs. This is the first time
Battle
I've
starts in
seen it.
5, 4.
Are you
Whoa.
looking at a caked up Jeff?
Yeah,
All
I've
you
never,
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I've never looked at him that way.
My hell is not
I've
a
always
burning pit.
looked
you
at him.
It's a realm of trials.
I'm gonna get nuts.
I bet chat did. Chat looked at it that way before.
Keep your eyes on this one. The mission area is yours to capture now.
Time to go nuts.
Style action. Take that, villain. Many thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, now that's snap. I'm gonna get mission area is yours. That last acorn's a doozy. High five, tippy toe. We did it. You know what to do, spiders? Check out these nests.
Enemy in front of us.
Do they have ninja lady? Oh, I fell down.
System error.
That's probably a bad idea, you know?
Us against the world.
Oh,
Spider mode. I appreciate it.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
oh gosh. Goodbye. Oh, I'm back.
มันเราจะ
We
ตามมี
are
คันโด
undefeatable.
Control lost.
Oh God. Time to go nuts.
Got him, Tippy.
Bye bye.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, God.
They don't look friendly. Raising your
Bye.
I'm gonna get nuts.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, come back, little land shark.
Wow. He did taco tie. No Jeff Fit ties, only Ninu ties. Okay, you guys don't see my thighs.
Wow.
There you go.
We're in a row. Their team's capture progress has
Wait,
passed
I'm
the
looking, I'm
halfway
looking.
point.
That thighs. That thighs.
Oh my God.
Ninu thighs. Guys, there's a picture of my feet in my own Discord. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's
I didn't
like,
see this.
It's somewhere very far. It's somewhere very far down.
Oh man. I need to go hunting for that.
Now that's snap.
Someone make it to me.
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
Double KO.
Yay.
You villain. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The knuckle spike is coming.
Oh, be careful! No! No!
I'm trying, that's why I'm hiding.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Yeah, look out, Jeff!
Us against the
Oh,
world.
did he heal you? We are undefeatable!
Incoming!
Oh! Oh my god! Where's Jeff? Oh, Jeff died!
No!
Control lost.
Time to go nuts.
Double KO.
This is ours now!
Get up, squirrels.
Oh, the stuffy go, guys!
Hang on, you friends. Check out
She's a real
We're
queen,
doing
man.
it.
He's doing it! He's doing it!
The knuckle spike is coming.
She's got no.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, he did. Where are you, lady?
Spider mode.
Yay, we did it!
You got the MVP.
I stole it. I stole it.
Another epic victory.
I stole. Pose!
Nice ass.
Ice cream. Oh. Ass. Nice ass. It's quick later. Wait. Oh. GG tries tank. Oh wow, yeah. It's quick like. What the hell? Why did they angry? They're not gonna steal
They're angry no matter what.
Yeah. I'm not gonna steal my Jeff this time. They're not stealing my Jeff. I will not let them. I will not let them take it. I will be your Jeff.
Oh my god, we're gonna suck people up together.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
It's a classic case of mad because bad. Yeah. My name's Jeff. Next is to chill. Give me some metal. I'm dying.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Remember, Loki. No one breaks a bargain.
Oh, they have 3 healers and no tank.
That means I get to do it.
We don't need a tank.
What an exasperating fool you are when you try to make.
We'll be fine, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can't wait to tank everything.
From securing the mission area.
I can feel the currents. Electricity in my veins.
And I'll get you combat.
Oh gosh.
Really hard.
That's silly of them to go there.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
What are those things anymore? At least those gross squids
No!
are done for.
Running a portal.
No!
Ow.
No! I let you down.
Almost out out. A shortcut in space. Now magic. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ready. I have many faces.
Oh.
Any healing is good healing. Namor has called for allies from the depths.
Yeet, my name
We need to find cover.
Us against the world!
I don't fear pain. I fear failure.
Hi. My name's Jeff.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Why would I need healing?
I see them.
Better stop that vehicle!
I'm gonna save my ult for you.
Strange beast.
Yeah.
Powers are mine!
Oh. Oh gosh. Oh, they have 2. Okay, I'm ready whenever you
Cowboy.
are.
That, yeah, because of the Loki, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Hurricane!
Now's as good a time as any.
Yay! Wait, I gotta get close to you.
Namor has called forth allies from the depths.
You just like have to get close to your ult.
No, you have to press the special key.
There's a special key for it? Oh, I see! That, oh my god. I thought it was... Did they change
Or you can
that?
ult at the same time, I think.
I appreciate it.
It was fun to punch.
A tiny boost. I appreciate it. Those were your best soldiers,
Behold, that child!
Cowboy.
Bring on the chaos.
my crows!
No, she's not gonna get you!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fuck off.
Why would I need healing? They didn't have me! Stop them! Everybody needs
Is somebody up there?
or a dagger.
Oh, somebody's there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fucking ninja bit.
The king of the seas.
No! Everybody fine.
I'm like, ah.
Oh. No!
Tandy needs help.
I'm ready to ult again.
Ready? Damn!
Our foes draw near.
Alright, I'm not ready.
Hurricane!
I am ready to put on a show!
I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Ah! No, it didn't work again! Ah! When does it show up?
Yeah, the Luna doctors.
If Jeff Lancer is Jeff ready, he can channel around to control it. So I wait for your ult to keep going and then press.
You did it a little early, I think.
Ah.
Oh, I think you can wait until my ult is almost over and it kind of extends it a bit.
No thanks, you
Tandy needs help.
A tiny boost.
There's still a chance to stop them!
Oh, what? No!
That.
No! I saw your little body fall down.
Chaos.
Better stop that
Behold, that child!
Oh man. Like I heard that before.
bless the healing arts. Give it chance.
You can die.
No, we push him off.
We finally got a tank.
next time.
Yay!
Only 60 seconds left.
I am more than. I'm opening a portal.
Oh, he's opened a portal.
You stopped them in their tracks.
I'm
Oh.
a shortcut in space.
Enemy in front of us.
Okay.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, boy.
Oh. Okay. Oh.
Us against the world. 30 seconds.
I have to reload. No.
Oh no. We're leaving. We're gonna do it. We're doing it.
I'm ready to ult again.
Yeah. Okay. I'll wait for you.
Incoming!
Oh,
That was a pointless ult.
Final 10 seconds.
Oh wait, you ulted. I didn't even hear it.
What? Why is my mouse stop working? Oh no, my mouse died.
Until we have a winner.
My mouse died. No.
No. Don't worry, I ate you.
Yo, you saved me, nice.
You're safe in my belly. You're safe in my belly.
Oh my god, you let me inside of you.
The hungry got me, yeah. My name is. I got something for Jeff, guys. I'm not Lord Jeff yet. There's no way. I get to take it. Teehee.
Lord Jeff is somebody that I would accept on my throne.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Time to get there. Time to become Lord Jeff. So I can be accepted
My name
into
Lord
the
Jeff.
world. No! Give me Jeff. Give me Jeff, please. Give me Jeff.
Why are we playing on the US server, by the way?
Usually, yeah. Americans are easier to beat.
Fair enough.
Sorry, guys, sorry.
When are in danger, the White Queen answers.
Fools!
30 seconds before you attack.
Stop my grand scheme?
Well, look at you. Are you a superhero?
You want to see something cool?
Okay, I'll let you
Asgard has been
What?
invaded
Emma
yet
Styles?
again. But as always,
Yeah.
Loki shall prevail.
There you go.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, yeah.
Vehicle to its destination.
Mother.
Ow.
You're killing.
God
Yeah, he's dead.
has already forgotten. We need to get these beasts to Yggdrasil.
Stay away from that arc if it starts to hover.
Oh god. Where's my swords? There you go. Where's my healing?
They were being butt fucked by Captain America in this one.
Hi. Okay.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
A little extra power.
He's low. Yay.
Mind crush.
Oh, there's a wall. Stupid wall. Okay. What's against? Well, I know something that's good against walls. It's Squirrel Girl. Ain't no way this guy's just gonna be jumping around like this.
Seems like it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now that's a snap. I suck.
Extermination!
Oh, dang. You'll never Jeff the... You'll never Jeff... You'll never Jeff...
I never Jeff the Lord.
Hurricane incoming!
You Jeff the Lord.
We must stop Loki
Kill
from
him.
destroying Yggdrasil.
Kill them all.
Oh, now that's a snap.
Disappear!
That's so silly of you.
Oh, now that's a snap.
Hey, she missed my... What's he doing?
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh.
The moon!
Oh, no! No, the moon! The moon! The moon got me.
Double kill. Bounding back into
Spider-Man has 0, 0, 0.
Oh, what? Whoa, wait. What is he doing? Where is
And
he?
he's been in the whole game.
Whoa.
Maximum
I actually didn't even know he had it. I didn't even know he had it.
Well, clearly you wouldn't know he had a Spider-Man because he's not done anything. He's not even managed to accidentally get an assist.
Oh, dang. Whoa, he got a kill though. He got a kill.
We're back,
What is he?
right, Tippy Toe?
How I don't know. I don't know.
Every time I see a Spider-Man like that, I'm like, oh, that's a 12-year-old who just wants to jump around with Spider-Man and they can't afford the game.
You know what? Makes sense.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Makes sense.
Ooh, Extermination! Only 60 seconds left.
So, hurry! We can't take much more tapping.
Spider-Man, I hope you know that because of you.
We both belong.
It's because of you.
Time to go now.
I have a 5 HP and a dream. Yay!
Let's go, we're gonna do it.
Down to 30 seconds. Take that, you villain!
No! Please!
Bounding
Wow,
back.
What
into
is he
action.
doing?
I don't know.
The final 10 seconds.
Stand down!
Please just pirate the Spider-Man game at this point.
Just pirate it, get the fuck out of this game.
Yeah. The number 1 source of Moon Knight kills the moon. No. Actually. Wait, let me change the server so we don't get 12-year-olds from America wanting to play.
Yeah, no, it's past the bedtime of the 12-year-olds in the EU.
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed what you sent me.
Oh?
Oh my.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't have the call open.
Yeah, don't worry. That's your present.
That's your prez. Oh my god, you can't treat me like this.
Take
I'm
your
gonna.
hero. Or villain.
I'm a bust.
The moon haunts you. Yes. It's past the bedtime of the 30-year-olds too. Cause you have to work. Get to work. Delicious. Delicious. Oh my god. Casual bun, how do you do that? How?
30 seconds before you attack.
How?
Get ready.
How? You wanna see my big head?
I know that most mutants aren't
You wanna see where my brain goes?
But I promise you, our trouble
Yeah, my brain goes in here.
right now, Wanda.
Brain on here.
That has me worried.
In there.
Then let me fight for it by your side, Ororo. If we can heal the universe.
My brain goes in
Battle
here.
starts in
Okay,
5,
I have 4 presents.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, stab you.
That's gonna make me late to the game.
Got it?
happened to the world?
You're gonna make me late to the game. No.
Stabby's late. Stabby's throwing the game. It's okay.
I'm late. I'm throwing.
They have a panther. Oh my god, Daffy. Daffy's the Spider-Man now.
Yours to capture now.
They have a panther. Stupid panther. I know like panther.
Sing with me. My time to shine.
Oh my god.
I hate panther players.
Maybe Storm's not the best one to play here usually.
Lights out.
My time to shine. I'll get you next time.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness.
I guarantee you the Spider-Man wasn't doing what I was doing there.
Yeah, I think he was just doing Spidey things.
He was doing whatever a spider can.
And that is just jumping up.
Nothing apparently.
Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'ma do... Oh, we already have one of those, never mind.
Oh, shiver me timbers. Shiver me timbers.
Look at this one with Spider-Man, I died twice.
Oh, I hate panther players. Where's all?
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Oh my god.
Our mission target is here.
I can't play against magics, they just fucking confuse me.
Yeah. Oh! They're using the thing.
That's a dad joke.
Haha, dumbass.
Systems rebooting.
Tippy Toe says we're ready to go.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Get in here, y'all.
My friends are here! You'll have to keep
Get the squirrel! Oh no, I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm so dead.
I'm dead every time I get in. That magic is killing everyone. She's 12-0.
Your powers are mine!
I miss playing against 12-year-olds.
So do I. Why can't we play against the Spider-Man?
There's always a spark of light.
That would have been
in
nice.
Lights
Maybe,
out.
My time
maybe
to shine.
you have to become the Spider-Man.
Do we have dive? We don't have dive. I'll take dive.
Ooh, you gonna
30
be
seconds
ninja
before you
lady.
attack.
Oh, you
Get
got
ready.
rat skin, huh?
Have you seen my ass? Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Doctor Strange.
Nice.
Wow.
We're in
Nice.
this together, Tandy Bowen. Get
Nice
the stars
ass.
out of your eyes and let us fight. Everything most decidedly does not happen for a reason.
Wait, what? Oh, that's just an emote. I thought that was like your copy
battle
thing.
starts in
Yeah,
from
what is-
Emma? I was like, wait, hold up a
three,
minute.
No. That is good though.
Lights out.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? My time to shine. It took us a long time to learn that our powers are related.
Our powers are related.
I think I try and play this like League of Legends a bit too much.
Oh, yeah, I don't play League of Legends.
Yeah, hero shooters are like a form of MOBA.
Behold
Yeah.
the god of thunder! Us against the world.
Who's gonna get sharked?
My to track this enemy.
He's waiting for his cooldown.
There's a lot we could destroy around here.
Lights out. Living fears me.
Help me heal us.
Oh, where are you? I'm going. Oh, there you go. No. Yeah. Okay. Where's that stinky panther? Oh, there he is. He's waiting for my cooldowns.
I went
How
far. I went
stupid
far.
that character is.
Time to shine.
Gosh. When are they gonna fix that hero?
Lights out.
I can play Panther with
Now
my
you sound like a League of Legends player. When are they gonna fix this?
Never.
I don't like it. What are they gonna fix it?
Bye.
Welcome to the Dark Force
Bye,
dimension.
Panther.
My time to shine.
Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
Nice knowing you.
Just embrace the light.
And they just kind of have a better team, especially with that fucking 20-0-0 magic.
Oh, 21. Oh boy.
I'm opening a portal.
Yeah, 21. She's not dying.
Still here. Don't you put me out.
Maybe she needs.
Oh, you guys are doing cool.
You fucked it. You fucked it. They fucked it.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. Disappear.
Suffering the darkness.
Doctor Strange is.
Lights.
Okay, down.
I am barely
It's just not working for me in this
Well,
game.
my bad. I'm drinking. Lamau.
when I
Oh my god. I was about to say something really terrible to that.
We better test their team's capture progress has crossed the halfway point.
Tandy needs help.
Something doesn't feel right here.
behold the god of thunder! There is an enemy to pursue.
My time to shine. Us against the world.
Okay.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension. Suffering the darkness.
Oh, that magic is so low.
25.
Pirate,
Oh, and oh.
Shakespeare, and personal trainer responses. Oh my god.
Let's pop back up under
Wait,
their
am I
noses.
actually getting it?
My time to shine.
I got it!
Yeah! I'm going. I'm
Not
almost
gonna
there.
change anything, but I give her a death.
Unleash the Vishanti's power!
Please, what hurt?
Yeah!
Oh my god, we caught the fucking point as soon as she died.
Yay!
Oh, she's coming here.
Oh, he's dead.
My time to shine. A boom of light. You captured more than half of the mission area.
Behold, that child!
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
There is an enemy to pursue.
Lights out.
He's back.
What have you done to me? I keep looking at the other screen. That's what's happened. You distracted me.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
Yeah, I can blame you for that.
Oh, nice.
Suffering.
I'm on it. Yeah, you killed her. I want to teabag her, but I can't teabag her.
Love battlefield metas, thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Tandy needs help.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Oh, they're help.
And I got Venom now.
They changed.
My time to shine. Us against the world.
LD down 20. Oh
Lights out. Let's pop back up.
That's the really, like, nice thing about being a flying character. You don't have to worry about Jeffo.
I got what you need.
no. I just do the thing. The
My
fade.
time to shine.
And hopefully everybody's close to my fade.
Oh my god, we won a round against that fucking magic.
People are always afraid of Ty, but they just don't know him.
We're doing it!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Maybe.
Thanks, Red. There we go. Ugh.
You speak as if you know strategy.
Oh, whoa! Holy smokes! Wow.
Oh, did I just put my ass in your camera?
Yes, you did. Wow. Okay.
You're welcome.
It was noticeable.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It was just.
My time to shine.
Conscious seems to be enjoying the end
It
of
just-
all that is.
No comments.
Hey, look, Storm's got a nice ass.
She does.
We better test
Chat
this
wouldn't
out.
say it, but they have the same reaction.
So cold.
They're busy joking at the fire.
Oh, she's me chambers. She doesn't like you. She doesn't like you. Okay, let's get back up.
Mission area.
I mean, because I've killed her twice and she's only got 2 deaths.
My time to shine.
Oh,
Bruh, I gave the stranger speed boost and he immediately stopped walking.
We better test this
oh
out.
my god, no.
Fuck up, Venom.
No, survive.
You owe me one.
Survive. Wait,
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
I unleash the
My
Vishanti's
time to
power.
shine.
Oh,
What was that ult for?
I don't know. Oh,
So cold.
Hurricane incoming!
Lights out.
got my last pieces.
Pop back up
This
under
is
the
my last resort. Suffocation. No green. Oh, I hope my ult can heal you.
My time to shine.
Yay.
Lights out.
She's still alive. Where is she?
We did it. We took it.
Yeah.
Much to
Where
bring
is she? I hear her.
around here.
I hear her. I hear them.
Venom's alone.
Treatment. Control you.
How to clean around here.
Disappear! My time to shine.
How about the Thor's gone all the way around?
Oh no.
We better test this out.
Ah,
I think
32 and 3. What the fuck is this smurfing ass doing?
Double KO. Control lost.
the being a poop head.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine.
Lights out. Vivid fusion.
Yay.
Fuck you, Venom.
Are we gonna do it right this time? No. No, I mean, it's...
I got her again!
Yeah! Oh, somebody's here.
Lock in on this enemy. Can we just get stronger?
My time to shine.
That door is like so tough.
This feels
Oh, toast? I heard you say toast.
You captured more than half of the mission area.
Toes? Yeah, nobody gets any of those tokens.
Yeah, wait, what? Oh, what are they doing? Yeah.
And alright. Oh, what? Oh.
No.
They did the fucking Doctor Strange thing where she comes through the portal with the ult.
I need my juicy juice power, yes. Not your everyday ordinary juice box. Wait. Wait. Oh, wait, what? I confused myself.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Oh no. You guys are talking about juicy juice box, and look what happened. Look what you guys made me do. Look what you made me do. You guys made me walk backwards.
Well, you can't expect to win all.
They made me go backwards in the spawn. You don't care about you. Let's see. Let's see the rank. Wait, why can't I see the... Why can't I see the account? Why do... Show account.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
No! They tried to steal it, but I've become the
It's my Jeff now.
Oh, I can put all my 10 kills on people.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Oh yeah, Venom.
Yeah.
Did you see that they're doing like a Venom Jeff skin?
Yeah. I hope it's a cute one.
Most may believe. There's darkness inside.
I've seen a picture of it. Have you seen it?
Understanding it is what makes us human.
I've seen it.
You're wise beyond your many years,
Jean
Captain.
Grey. She looks really cool.
Battle
I'll
starts
send you
in
the picture
5,
real quick.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
There you go.
After what Hydra did
Oh,
to me, this fight got a lot more personal.
he's like a little puppy.
He looks a bit like an orca.
Yeah. his tongue being blue.
This time I be wary until we destroy this.
We have the moon haunt you.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Hey, triple.
I feel better already.
Oh no, my cat's at the microphone. It's gonna sound weird.
You have a cat?
I do.
Oh my god. I love cats.
I'll send you pussy pics later.
Oh. Live! Live!
The boost I needed.
Leave!
I'm a terrible liar.
They are gonna backdoor this so hard.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be fighting here.
Yeah. You're gonna die, aren't you?
The moon haunts you.
The moon haunts you!
Hurricane incoming!
This is real!
Hey! I did it! I did it! I'm in! Yay!
I am Groot!
Yay! I finally did it.
Plasma?
Stand down! That's the boost I
Us against the world! Glory is almost yours!
Assemble!
I stand by.
Second chance is over.
Yay!
Wow, we absolutely destroyed
won.
them. They didn't get a single kill.
I can't think. Yeah! Hi, Frankenstein. Yeah, Winnie said, yeah, wow, winning. Yeah, she's
I don't know,
sending
I
me
have a
some
tactic right
pictures, some secret
But even
pictures.
to fall here is an honor.
Secret pictures.
There you go, I'm
30
sending you
seconds
a
before
pussy
you
pic
attack.
right now.
Get ready.
We're not the same as we used to be, Steve.
Neither is Brooklyn.
Oh,
We'll
look
carry on.
guys, so adorable.
Yeah.
Aww,
Cosmic might may
so
not be enough to
cute.
save
We
the
unfortunately
universe.
just shaved her because of the heat wave.
Oh,
So she doesn't look like that right now.
Battle starts in 5,
She was like a scrawny little thing right now.
2,
Aww.
1. All you need to do is capture
Small
the mission area.
baby.
Got it?
Small baby.
Can't be brave without being afraid first.
No.
Thank you.
You can be brave without being afraid.
Together to victory!
You can be brave. Oh
I got sniped.
no! No.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh no, you're the executioner. Oh, wait, I can do it.
He's dead now.
No, I failed. It's okay, I go Venom.
Oh, you got the venom off of me, dude.
Mission area is
Oh, it was actually Loki.
There's still power. Even better, he can't fucking save himself.
No, live!
Stand down!
I'm living.
Again!
Leave. Everyone leave.
Again! I am Groot!
Am I pushing them into spawn again? Okay.
Yeah.
us against the world.
Oh my god.
Keep going.
Oh, another magic. At least this one sucks.
Yeah.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Cosmic might returns.
Why is the captain just like punching his own teammate?
Well, honestly, I don't know.
Assemble!
No! Leave!
I got ult ready.
Oh, yeah, I got ult ready.
Let's do it.
Oh, I died. I died before I could pull that off.
No!
Oh, but you got so many of them.
The universe has a great plan.
You got them.
You are not a part of it.
No, not allowed.
Not allowed.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Second chances.
I'm gonna go kill them.
Well, he destroyed them that time.
Yeah.
You got MVP.
My name Jeff. Yeah.
Another.
I was just left clicking.
That's how you Jeff.
Nom nom nom. My name Jeff. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Thank you.
Nom you.
Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
Oh my god, the thighs are back on screen.
The thighs are back.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh no, we got another Spider-Man. It's gonna go terribly.
He's Lord Spider-Man. Lord Spider-Man.
Oh god, you just reminded me I had a spider in this room.
Oh, are you scared of
I have
spiders?
a bit of a phobia and I don't know where it went.
No!
I hope the cat ate it at some point.
Cat ate it. Last time you try that, we get a new jump scare first for the outfit changes. Yeah, imagine if I had a body. Imagine if I was naked.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
I'm constantly imagining now.
Oh no, geez.
Track how many times we've done
Oh no, geez. Oh no, geez.
Proven to be a
Yeah.
trusted ally, Logan.
Oh my god, this is a
Unless
small,
we're counting all
small
the
part.
times we've been on opposite sides of the fight.
Guys, it's a Hot Wheel.
In that case, it's
Wait, does Hot Wheels still exist?
It's a Hot Wheels.
The battle starts in 5.
Does it still exist?
I'm sure it does.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop.
Those kind of things never go away. It's like Lego.
Yeah, but they haven't like made any like games.
Wow, because they're not really good at games, are they?
It's good at toys.
Yeah, but like games without Hot Wheels branding would be better.
Oh gosh. No, live, no.
They've got so many things that counter me now. I'm sorry, there's no more NATO.
No.
Look out behind you.
Leave.
Stepping my step.
Leave everyone. Leave. Oh, I'm dead.
I don't think I like these odds.
Nope, that wasn't
Made a
gonna happen.
Hot Wheel racer game just a couple years ago. They did? Oh, I never heard of it. I can. I'm gonna.
I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a specific Japanese brand of similar toys that has games.
Like Sanrio?
No, it's like a toy brand that has tons of games.
Nintendo?
Better stop that vehicle.
Feeling stronger.
Similar on that, I'm sure.
Make yourself
Transfer full turret mode.
No! No!
to survive, you must repair me. My superiority increases.
Can I just point out how rude it is? The thing, his name is just the thing.
Yeah, he has a personality and all.
Ultra-virus reinforcement. This is my unnatural selection.
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
Oh my god.
Live!
Extermination!
At least the Spider-Man is doing something.
Oh, gosh.
Pepper my step.
The virus takes hold. This is my unnatural selection.
There's a baddie somewhere. Oh man. We're so low. I have to reload.
Make yourself useful. Embrace perfection. You will fail.
Yay.
Perfect.
This
Finish him! Yeah!
Cell altered, let's go.
Go, my children.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Pep in my step.
I have finished the job for you. I will fix you. This is my unnatural selection. The virus takes hold.
Be gone!
I have finished the job for you. Extermination! This is my unnatural selection.
Stop them in their tracks.
Berserker! I have finished the job for you.
Pep in my step.
Systems
You get a web it. You get a web it. You get a web.
Oh man!
Embrace perfection.
We have pushed them so far back now.
Yeah, you guys are too far now.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Oh, just gotta go!
Cut their journey short.
Your flesh is salutations. Allow me to repair your damage.
Oh no.
Embrace perfection.
Armed and
No!
dangerous!
No!
Thanks.
He did the on in dangerous.
Again!
Make yourself useful. Principal damage.
Oh, got me.
Better stop that vehicle.
I think it's just his hero name, it's not his legal name.
There are always
It's not his legal name.
Does he have a
But your
passport?
hero name is your legal name.
It's like, you know, I'm going. I can't get there any faster.
Good job, there we go.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yep, Spider-Man. It's like, the invincible. I mean, the. No! No!
maximum pulse.
You let me down, Ninu.
I'm sorry. Wait, is it who is this person? Is it the same person I was playing? What did I? What?
Fire!
God damn!
Was illogical.
I can't believe it.
Live.
Live.
Extermination.
It's such a hard ult to get up.
If you wish to survive, you must repair me.
Oh my god! Why do they hate me? They don't want me to play.
Until we have a winner.
His name is Ben Grimm. Wait, actually?
I have many faces. You get a web.
Yeah, but like everybody just calls him the thing.
Wow.
Especially considering he can't like transform or anything. He's just stuck like that.
That's like you're just objectifying him.
Yeah, don't objectify him.
I never worry about Yancey Street.
His eyes were up there, guys.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Yeah. Oh, again.
Oh my god, you got some metal going on right now.
Yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You like metal?
No, I hate metal. Yeah, I never listen to metal.
Like the moon.
No!
I shine
Lies!
in darkness.
Lies! Lies!
Man, I can't wait to go waste it together. It's gonna be funny.
Escape pod ready.
We're gonna listen to metal?
Sure, you listen to some metal.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You know what we can
30
do?
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We can do the listen party on Spotify so we can
Wow,
both
look
key
at
songs.
you.
Yeah!
Are you a superhero? What
Hell
can you
yeah.
do? Okay, I'll let you show me.
Oh, the cheap sticker. And this. And this.
The battle starts in 5,
Oh,
4,
hi all.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, hey y'all.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Wait, what?
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Keep an eye on
Japanese Star-Lord, come on.
That one hurts.
His name's Fit Rick.
His name's Thick Rick?
Fit Rick.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Oh.
If he's the perfect human.
Okay, I somehow
He's
hit
still here
somebody.
somewhere. It's fine if he wants to stay there because we can just take the point.
Cleared. How? You're frozen.
Yes, you can stay there.
We're finding our groove. Grow up.
Cap almost as tough as all.
Oh, I think he's coming.
Hit this place hard and watch the show. Thanks so much.
Fine day. These days.
Ow, point now.
Oh! Oh! Be careful! There's a Hanzo in there. He's dead.
Hansel.
Yeah, his name is Hanzo.
Nova made me play
Snowball
Overwatch.
fight.
He did? Wait, do you still have it?
I do.
Help.
Oh. Okay, that means we're gonna get you for Overwatch games.
No, but I'm a Tracer and a Genji main. Everybody hates me.
Do some damage.
No! Oh my god, that's even better. Jeff says hi. My name is Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Oh no, oh no. No! No! Who
I
did
died
it?
in your
Who
arms.
did it?
I usually
I
like the
killed her.
underground
I
scene.
killed a woman.
No,
Oh
I'm
fuck.
not so sure.
Okay, I can't kill Hansel though. Come on, Hansel.
Double KO. I'm making a comeback.
Oh. He's worse than me than aiming.
There they are.
Oh my god, he's getting so much healing.
It's spider time!
I have to reload!
Okay, I'm switching.
Together to
I
victory!
like the cold.
My turn. Even if there's no light left. That's the boost I needed.
Oh. Jeez.
Ah, what a cunt.
Smashing is what he does.
Where the hell is he?
If we deliver this
He's doing the
essence,
trace out.
we might stand a chance.
Sniper!
Oh, yeah, me.
Unhurt.
Now.
Be strong together.
Oh yeah,
I'm
moving.
ready to put on a show.
Oh no, he's ulting. He's ulting. He can kill me in my ult. Da, 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 da.
Plasma burst!
Da, da, da. Oh! Oh my god!
Ow, ow.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yo, lads, is
Look why everybody
before
hates
my eyes.
I'll be ship-shaping no.
Disappear!
Usually somebody else's life doesn't flash before their eyes.
When I'm taking their life.
Ah, I see.
Oh my god.
Watch their life fade from their eyes.
Yeah! Oh gosh. But behind us there's a widow.
No, I got stunned out of it.
What the hell is this?
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
Oh, I'm stoned 24/7 is stoned.
It's fighting
time!
Be your best self. I'm hurt. Thanks so much.
That's the boost I needed.
Come here and let me help.
Thanks. Wish I could hear you back.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. I like the cold.
Oh, fuck that.
Together to victory! We got a sniper.
I'm doing terrible this game.
Oh gosh. They have like snipers that can aim. That can actually aim.
That's the boost I needed.
I was worried. Glow up.
Oh my god.
Heck, that one hurts. Come here and let me help. A nice deep freeze. That's better. We're finding our groove. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh sheesh. Come on, kill it. No,
Born again!
Ain't no way.
What he does.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, I think Widow's still behind us. Yep.
Be careful over here. Keep an eye on this spot.
Heads up, they got a sniper.
The dude who's carrying us right now is called I'm Stoned 24/7.
Yeah.
I don't have to be center stage.
I don't know how he's
jealous,
actually
man.
carrying with Cap. My name Daniel. My name Daniel.
Okay, stand in your way.
Hulk man. Hulk Magnum.
Glow up. It's fighting time!
Oh wow. Da, 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 da.
I've still got songs to sing. Now, glow up.
Hey, look at that Luna ass.
I look at it too. But then I see the snipers.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Live!
Be your best self.
The fucking Star-Lord can see me when I'm invisible.
I like the cold.
He shouldn't be able to.
I know he shouldn't, but I watched his kill cams. He keeps aiming at me even while I'm invisible.
Disappear!
Oh gosh.
Armed and dangerous!
Oh god!
I like the cold.
That's the boost I need.
I'm hurt. I found one of our critics.
Never miss!
Yeah, behind us is a poophead.
Oh my god, that was the quickest ult charge I've ever had.
Be your best self. Hit this place hard and watch the show. Thanks so much. Look out! So close.
Yeah,
This is your big chance.
He's
It's
still behind us.
time. I like the cold.
Get fucked
I don't
in.
have to be center stage.
Yeah. Put them in their places. Hell yeah, we won! We did it!
I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. Nom 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 nom.
Let me recommend you a good song, actually.
Oh yeah?
I've been addicted to it recently.
Oh.
Welcome to the family TBNR fail.
Oh shit! Wait, you are Oh, Jeff. You're old Jeff from the game. Hi, welcome in.
Oh my god.
Oh. This. Wait. This one. This one, please. I think. It's in my ears. Tickle, tickle. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated.
Yes, in your ears.
It's good. In my ears. In my ears.
I'm in your ears too.
Same to you. My name's Liv. My name's Liv.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff.
I noticed that Nova stole the song from me too.
You did?
Yeah, I did. She stole a couple from me actually.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah, I think we have like similar, like I think we all have similar taste.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's good though. It's good.
Yeah.
They might have powers, but they ain't like you and me. Guys who look surprisingly good for how old they actually are. Living weapons. Oh, right. That too.
My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the missionary.
Getting acid. Oh! I didn't get to finish that sentence.
Your god is suffering. That's what I needed.
Wait, on that note, where is Belle? Where's Belle? Where's Belle? Oh gosh, look who's here.
Bless the feeling loss. If it can Logan, any one of us. Get in there.
I'm
Ah! My small little body fell.
good medicine.
My small little body.
No, I don't want to die. I'm just so bad at Storm right now.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. They doing poopy things. Oh. No! You're not gonna kill me. You're not gonna
Oh my god,
take me with
hello.
you.
That's why I can't play Storm.
Yeah.
Healing factor finally kicked
Oh.
I still need you.
Better stop that vehicle.
I need the sniper for the hell I get.
Yeah, or you can diver.
They halfway. Stop them.
Okay, I can play dive.
Disappear.
We already have dive actually. We've got the Wolverine. He should be doing it.
Oh my god! 5 stars! 5 stars!
That's 3.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, nom 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 nom.
You got them all.
We got a fucking ace.
Oh, burn it out! I will! Nom 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 nom. Oh, she dead. Oh, that must be fun. Oh, somebody's dead.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No! No, they killed
You got Agamotto.
Oh yeah, I did. No. No, I can't believe they did that to me. Whoa, whoa.
You stop them in their tracks.
No thanks, Much better. We can bring up the big guns here.
That topped me off. Thanks.
I got built into a building. God damn it.
You have become part of the building.
And the pin.
Oh, behind over there is. Hello. Oh,
How did I get nobody?
my little body, bitch.
You stop them in their tracks.
I bring you.
Oh, Josh got stuck.
Disappear!
That sucks.
This is real firepower!
Oh well. Oh,
That's why it's the worst
I
games where
tried.
some like one person on the other side carries the whole thing.
Yeah.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I just being here.
Armed and dangerous!
And it's the jet.
Again!
Better stop that vehicle.
I love watching you work, Widow.
Oh shit!
This is not good for us.
Oh, he's low. He's no,
Never mind.
healthy.
He's fucked.
Even better than my...
Oh,
Mind the exploding plasma.
wait, that Andy. Hi. Thank you for the hydration and the
Little help, please.
But sir, I think you've forgotten something. Wait. Is the cooldown down?
My thanks, sweetheart.
You stop them in their tracks.
No! Live! Oh! Oh gosh! Be careful, there's a bad lady in here.
Hey, I got a double with the I'll take it.
Still won't you? Here they come.
You stop them
Oh,
in
she
their
ran away.
tracks.
She's running! She's low. She's low.
On my way.
I died. I did all come out hours ago, yeah. No. Oh, was it when I was in the toilet? Oh, I can't believe you've done this. There you go. I did it. Can't believe you've done this.
Out, out. Fucking hella, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Stop that vehicle.
I don't know, anytime there's a good heller in the game, I feel like I can't play.
Oh, no.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Meanies. I'm gonna tell them.
That's much better.
Oh, meanies. There you go.
Hell unleashed!
God damn it.
Don't give them
Armed
that
and dangerous!
Live!
Again! Again!
Again! Again! Oh, there's a... I think there's a Hurricane there.
Needed a little bit.
There they are. He's stopped in their tracks.
Oh fuck! I can't believe you've done this.
Eyes on this location.
Hell yeah!
Much better. I could use a medic.
Not hell of on the side yet.
Yeah.
Fantastic!
Oh gosh. No! 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 Hell yeah. Oh, they got me. They got my little body.
That the game.
Gotta touch it. Yeah, no. He's okay. My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
What the fuck? This dude just says I'm better.
But oh,
he wasn't even responding to anything.
Is he trying to do
He was
the
mad that he lost, I think.
Homelander? I am better. I am better. My name's Jeff.
I don't make mistakes.
I don't make mistakes.
Just like the rest of you.
I'm not like the rest of you.
I'm smarter. I'm better.
I'm better.
Heroes could make all
I am
the
better.
difference.
Nino is better.
I don't make mistakes. I'm smarter. I'm I forgot the other one. I'm better. I am better.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
No one swallows people better. Who what, you think Angie swallows people better? Gluck gluck.
Yeah, you're pretty good at
People often
swallowing.
mistake empathy for weakness.
I'm opening a
I'm a
portal.
good Jeff.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
My
strong.
new Jeff. My new Jeff.
This future spider city is. I'd rather be pleased.
My new
Always
Jeff.
where the webs are.
Use butter. Time to bake a needle bread. No! 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 I didn't sign up for that. I did not sign up for that. I did not sign up. I did not
The
sign
battle
up.
starts in 5, 4,
Wait, what?
3, 2, 1.
I think he's trolling.
Shake it up. I'm gonna get nuts.
Wait.
Sometimes
wait,
empathy
no.
is a heavy burden to
He's doing
bear.
this.
A little help, please.
Oh.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Knows my sound.
It pleases me to be helpful.
The eye must rest.
Help is here.
No! Don't die.
I am strength.
How far is my seatbelt?
Who will help?
Oh!
This vehicle must be halted.
I got a triple!
Yeah!
Chin up.
I got a quadruple!
Yeah!
You're not going anywhere.
Oh, baby, a triple!
This is natural anger. Let me help. A little help, please.
No!
This pleases me to be helpful.
Live! Oh no, you died. No, no.
We are undefeatable. Help is here. Rainbow stands with you. Who needs healing?
You look tired.
Okay, I'm getting out of here.
Not myself. Sound the retreat.
Better stop that vehicle.
See you Billy Goober.
Focus on the battle. They made it halfway. Stop them.
Fucking Iron Man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, woman, you pew.
Our enemies
Here is an enemy.
unleash the Vishanti's
What
power.
killed you?
Us against the world. This is natural anger. Shield up.
Live.
I am healed. Let me help.
I couldn't kill him.
Shields are down. There's still a chance to stop them. Sensational.
Haha.
Behind you.
Loser.
Hell unleashed. Help is here.
Oh no.
It pleases me to be helpful.
God damn.
Ah! Ah! Oh no.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon. Help is here. We are undefeatable.
Oh thanks.
You need it. I am weak.
Behold the god of thunder!
Oh, okay.
Pick up behind you.
Oh please, I don't want to die.
Good medicine.
Help is here.
Let the darkness take
We don't have to fight alone.
We did it. We pushed them out.
Yay! Yay!
He stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah!
Chin up.
Yeah! Oh,
It pleases me to be helpful. I am healing. Losing control.
yeah!
My wounds need healing.
No, I lied. I'm lying.
good medicine.
Oh,
We gotta
Yes,
stop
kill
them in
them.
their tracks. My queen. You needed some help, didn't you? Only 60 seconds.
They can so easily go around us right now.
I don't think they know it though.
Oh, I need assistance.
Oh wait, no, they do know it.
They do. They do.
Just in time. Thanks.
Sound the retreat.
Oh, he's fun.
I appreciate you. Take a nap. Little help, please. It pleases me to be helpful. Shields up. Down to 30 seconds. Against the world.
Hide your wife and hide your kids.
My life force is
We are undefeatable.
unleash the Vishanti's power.
You look tired. Right there.
Behold
10
the
seconds.
god of thunder!
My anger is healthy. I vented my anger.
I couldn't get. Oh, we did it!
Oh.
We won!
Big victory. Big win.
Wait, we had her.
Yeah, she was like in their face the whole time.
Oh, damn. 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 So again?
Go on, yeah, I'm down to play as long as you're playing.
As long as I'm playing?
Yeah, I like spending time with you, Ninu.
But what if I play like forever?
You'll need a top-notch team
Then
to win
I'll
this
play
one.
with you forever.
Oh my goodness me.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
Amando.
Oh my god, you're a Hanzo.
I'm Hanzo.
I think I was chosen to do some good in the world.
The tomb of
30 seconds before you attack.
Dracula.
Get ready.
Let us show these so-called heroes what mutant kind is truly
Does this
capable of.
game board actually exist, guys?
We've done this dance so many times.
Is it good?
It looks like the Shadows of Catan.
Wait. The battle starts in 5.
Once upon a time,
3.
there was a spooky ookie monster.
All you need to do is
And he
capture the
was
mission
a
area.
spooky
Got it?
ookie monster.
I don't know if we lost in the tunnels than here.
Ah, here they are now.
Just what the doctor ordered.
You have a squirrel growth. Oh, and then... Oh, why there's so many flying shit? Oh... Why? Why can't you not let me have fun?
That's gonna put a damper on me playing Squirrel.
With flying stuff.
Guys, come back, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
I'm opening a portal.
I'm placing a portal.
Okay, it's not worth going back for a portal, dude.
A shortcut through space.
Where does the portal go? Well, I'll be... Oh, I actually made it to the portal.
Maximum pulse!
What?
Just what the doctor ordered. I wasn't done with you.
It's spider time!
Oh gosh.
You look like you could use a hand.
Oh. I got his toes. Oh my god. I can't get him. I didn't get him. I have to play like a proper hit scan. I just wanted to play Hanzo, but you didn't let me play Hanzo.
Healing. Why would I need healing?
My friends are here!
Metal spiders were not the wisest choice.
Okay, never mind. I missed every shot.
Robotic spiders? This should...
Okay,
Wait, okay, I can't get that.
This is real firepower!
Oh, it is hella hit scan.
Oh! Thank you for eating me.
That explains so much.
Yeah.
I am barely harmed.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
No escape from hell. Strike deep,
Oh god.
piercer.
Maximum pulse!
I appreciate it.
That spider nest has got to go.
Here's this life.
Oh, he's so low. Oh, got him. Got him.
Enemies. Perfect. A nest, find that soul.
Power point now.
Oh my god, I hate the fact that they're playing behind these pillars. Because I can't hit him. I can't hit him. He's disgusting. So rude and disgusting.
How dare they take cover? What the fuck?
I know, how dare they play the game?
It's not fair. They're taking cover. I can't hit them.
They're actually playing the game. They need to stop. Oh fuck.
Find that soul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Lightning end is nigh.
Oh, here they are now.
Here's this. Why fight your way to the citadel of these unholy creatures?
Don't turn back now.
Please stop.
To my own kingdom with open arms. Hell at least!
Don't blink. Got him.
Maximum pop!
Nope.
Oh no. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy. What are you gonna take as yummy, yummy?
Yummy, yummy, hammer in my belly.
Healing. Why would
Fish
I
dead.
need healing?
Wait, nobody behind you.
Jeff, could you heal me? Jeff, could you heal me? Jeff, could you heal me? I had to just intercept his beam as he's trying to do damage.
Yeah. Wait, they have sayonara. She's dead. Oh no. Fuck. Oh.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Where the fuck am I? What?
Barely harmed.
I've never respawned there before.
Oh shit.
So close. This is your big chance.
Behold the god of
I'm here to be a damage buff.
maximum pulse!
Goodbye. Oh man.
Maximum pulse!
I may return from my
Get
own
that
realm.
vehicle moving again.
I'm returning. I'm coming back.
Ninu's coming.
You.
I am Asgard's
Oh, is that what it sounds like? I can't wait.
Oh wait, what?
Barely harmed.
Oh gosh. Oh, there's a Iron Man behind this. I failed to get him. It's a portal right to your mother. Wow.
Who is more immortal than I?
Get that vehicle moving again.
A brief taste of hell.
Oh my god, I can't even get through the door.
Oh. Is your head a little bit too big?
Enemies. Perfect.
My head's a little too big, yeah.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is maximum pulse!
What the hell? I'm missing every shot.
Ah, they fucking do not open.
Oh my god!
This life.
Magic Outfits just raided my stream with 7 viewers. Everyone behave.
I misread that totally, entirely.
Your soul will not be claimed this day, Robin. Find that soul.
Okay, she's gonna try and oh. Got us. I'm sorry, Cave. And you... Did you,
This beast can save New York. We must protect it. Hurricane!
No!
God, damn. I did not see the Iron Man it.
Oh. Wait, is he like right be- Oh, he's over there. Oh, okay. Did you get some boxes? It's only end stream right before raiding. Oh, don't worry, I've done that plenty of times. In fact, just today, when I started streaming, I had a timer, and when the timer was done, I ended the stream.
Yeah, but why?
It was an accident, my finger slipped. You belong to me! No, no longer belonging.
Only 60 seconds left.
Behold the
Can you get on
god
the
of
point?
thunder!
No!
Oh, no, we have time, we have time. Oh, he's so low. I don't think I can aim properly.
No
I
goddess
know
is
aim
ever
properly.
truly gone.
Down to 30 seconds.
Rest easy now.
Wait, maybe I should go punch him.
Your soul will not be
I am ready to put on a show.
Moving
again.
Find that soul.
The final 10 seconds.
This
No, we don't have time.
firepower!
Yeah, now I'll try and go and point.
You'll have to keep fighting until we
Oh my god.
On left side, there's a portal.
Pentagram of fire.
It's okay. We quiet our faces. And that's what matters.
It's all the Doctor Strange's fault.
Yes. We blame someone else. Other than ourselves.
Yep, that's what we do.
Play Cash Cleaner. Oh, I had good stuff about Cash Cleaner. In fact, I saw a tweet playing it. Is it a game that I should play? Oh, are you gonna play it?
No, I'm not gonna play it, but I've seen someone play it.
Well, yeah, I've seen so many people play it. Do I get to gamble?
pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
From what I've seen, you literally just stuff cash into a fucking washing
I'm
machine.
here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Is it like schedule? Oh wait, there's no drugs involved.
I don't think so. It's more like a laundromat simulator or something. It's like a simulator type game.
But if you're cleaning cash, does that mean you're like a drug dealer?
Spider is more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best
Yeah,
friend.
well, no, you're like a
30 seconds before you attack.
what am I call it? I've forgotten the word for it now.
Jeff, I got a plan, but it's gonna take expert timing and perfect precision.
Oh, just yeah.
With you.
Show
All you gotta do
boy.
is swallow
Show
everybody
boy.
whole. Got it?
I can't emote.
Look at my fucking
The battle starts in
shoes.
5.
Oh my
4,
god, look
3,
at it.
2,
Look
1.
Show it.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That's not the button.
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
This is gonna hurt.
There's a Spooderman right behind us.
This is the place to watch.
You sure those are bad guys?
Okay. I think he's
You know what to do, spiders? Extra strength awesomeness.
He's one of those.
Mine's in
He's not an 11-year-old kid playing actual.
No, he is. It is.
That's how we do it in Tokyo.
Yeah, 11-year-old thing. Oh! Wow. Wow. It's not worth it, buddy.
Look out, bad guys.
I still have my mind there.
We're back in action.
Wow. 10 out of 10 game. Oh yeah. And you can eat things. I just need to be able to gamble. You know.
Nobody gets a turret.
Mine's in place.
I'm stuck.
You know what to do, spiders?
Baby.
I revived.
Restoring. Spider nest upgraded.
He's gonna try and one to two people. Ha, never mind.
Time for some fireworks.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep
I'll
going.
just do these.
Yeah, what a remix.
Yeah. Sir.
Mine's in place. Spider nest upgraded.
Powering up. You are very adored. Oh.
We are undefeatable.
For you, Punisher.
Judge, jury, executioner!
So much better.
Okay. Kind of rude.
Wow, I just had 2 people fucking pin me in a corner.
Okay. Okay, he's dead. He's done.
I thought that's what I wanted this weekend, but apparently
With the amazing Spider-Man!
it wasn't that great.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Some vintage spider style.
No, not today.
Lines in place. It's spider time!
No!
No. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, friends.
Nope. Nope. Not today. Not today. Not today. So, Magical Hats, do you think it's a game I should play? Must I play it? Must I play it?
My
Does it
dad
have
built Spider for
multiplayer?
himself, but I feel like I was born to pilot it.
Oh, look at you. Oh my god, you know what they should have given Jeff?
30 seconds
Should
before
have
you
given
attack.
him,
Get ready.
what do you call them? The ones with the holes.
Unfreaking believable!
Crocs.
And the friendly part?
Oh, hi. I was literally, I was talking about you, by the way.
Sunny disposition.
I don't know why Alka is not giving me
Awesomeness.
armor, so everybody can take my
The battle
armor.
starts in 5,
My cool
4,
armor.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody
All you need
take
to do
armor.
is capture the mission area. Got it?
Whoa. These chronal energy readings are gonna blow out your sensors, Spider.
Sure, those are bad guys.
You're up, little one. This is gonna hurt. My trap worked!
Looks like the mission area is yours back now.
Assemble!
Awesomeness!
Pulse charge!
Well, it's time for some fireworks.
Look behind you.
Powering up.
I know you're trying your best, please. Sorry, please.
I needed that.
Wait, hi.
Mine's in place.
Hi. Hello.
Not a Spider-Man behind us, by the way.
Oh.
This is gonna hurt.
You need to put some mines in. I see. Oh! No! 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 I will avenge you. I will avenge you. I will avenge you. Who was it?
It's the Captain America. He's got a boner for Jeff.
Oh my god, I almost killed myself instead.
It's Spider time!
I'll patch you up.
Systems restoring. Us against the world!
Yeah. Yeah, come here.
We're better when we work together. Time for some fireworks.
More than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh my god, that Captain America is diving behind everyone for it.
I got him. I gotta get him.
You know what to do, spiders?
He keeps running away.
Mine's in place.
Yeah, he did.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Don't mess with the amazing...
No. No.
Guess it takes a spider to beat one. This
Wait,
is gonna hurt.
did I cancel?
The area's almost yours.
Oh no, I didn't.
Check out these nests. Time for some fireworks.
Oh, the Captain America's on me again.
Keep it safe.
Come to me. Come to stay next to my manticore.
Spider forward. Time for some fireworks.
Bye. I'm running. I'm on him. He keeps running.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Mine's in place.
I got it. I get it. I will get him. I will get him. I will get him. I will get him. I will get him.
Spider. I know that sound.
Oh, he's getting his penis.
This is gonna hurt.
Come here, Captain!
Turn around, you fool.
He doesn't like it, does he?
He really doesn't like me. He's just trying to go around you guys to get me.
Oh no, I couldn't get her.
It's spider time!
No death.
No coming back from that.
No touching.
This is gonna hurt. Powering us against the world!
Oh, really?
Ooh, I know that sound. This is gonna hurt.
He got me again! Oh my god!
No! He just keeps jumping! He's a fool! He's a fool!
With the amazing
He got me again! Oh, it was Spider-Man.
Oh, no! I died. My bad. Yeah, we were talking about... Well, I was talking about you.
Enjoy the amplifier.
I had Republic Commandos.
Well, how long has it been on overtime? Well, yay! That was so long. Getting started more. I'm not Kartoffel. Terror. No, I'm not getting slapped. I'm doing the slapping.
Can I slap you?
I'm doing it. Look, it's my name. Wait, you guys can't even see. Look, guys, it's my name. It says Ninu. It's me. I'm famous. I'm famous. The game says I'm famous.
Famous Ninu.
Ninu famous. Ninu famous. Oh. What's this? We were talking about your Ninu the peanut slapper. No. I was just reading what Frankenstein said. Ninu the peanut slapper.
To win this one.
I was just reading what
I trapped
said.
my penis in the toaster.
I got my penis in the helicopter. Whee! Slam it, my penis in the car door. You guys don't want me to start that again.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door. We slam the penis in the car door.
30 seconds
I'm
before
gonna slam
you
your
attack.
penis in a minute.
Get ready.
I need to have you saying that over and over.
This isn't the date night you've been planning for us, Reed.
Look, you guys are asking for it.
When you think about it,
Not me.
more romantic than saving the universe.
Not me.
side
Look,
by
you guys
side.
are
What I've learned
reminding
from
me.
Twitch chat.
They like
As
it.
much as they might deny it, they will always ask for the penis.
The battle starts
I
in 5, 4,
slam my penis in the car door. I slam your penis in
all
the
you
car
need to do
door.
is capture the mission
Slam
area.
our
Got
penis
it?
in the car door.
How about I switch things up and make our opponents disappear?
It's hot! No, wait. Yeah.
There.
Busy slamming penis. No! Leave!
Honey, let's see who's hitting us.
Slam my penis in the car door. Wait. We slammed the penis in the car door. Hey. Oh, okay. He put his hand on my butt. Or in my butt. I didn't like that. I slammed my penis in the car door. slam the penis in the car door. We slam the penis in the car door.
Imagine if they could fucking hear you with like local voice. There's just a Jeff approaching and I slam my penis in the car door, getting louder and louder.
I slam the penis in the car door. I slam your penis in the car door. Gosh.
Feeling fantastic.
I appreciate you.
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door. We slam the penis in the car door. Look what you made me do, guys. Gosh. Now I can't stop it.
Keep going.
Can't believe you're blaming them for your autism.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm not even diagnosed. I'm special though. I know that for a fact.
We all know this stuff.
He died. Slam your penis in the car door. Oh no! Oh my god! I got Hulk slapped. I got Hulk slapped. Valve type back.
To the depths, fellow creature.
You have to go underneath the surface
Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell. I slammed your penis in the car door. Oh!
Let's pop back up.
I trust in your healing, Nino.
Oh, that's a mistake. When I just reloaded.
I trusted the pro Overwatch player.
That's okay. Yeah, don't trust an Overwatch player.
Never trust an Overwatch player. Just like you can't trust a Minecraft YouTuber.
I don't know anything about Minecraft. I struggle with Minecraft.
So surprised.
I can't be in the same spot in this build. I mean, I can try. Maybe I should try that. I'm playing Minecraft. You're playing Minecraft right now. Are you playing on our Minecraft server? No. Did he type back? Valve, type back. Type back, Ben. Type back.
Hurricane incoming.
Oh, I want to join. I want to join. Let me join. Not playing on my Minecraft. On your Minecraft server. On your. Are you saying nope to typing back? Am I gonna be friends yet? Come on, then. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Well.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Whatever, Jeff. Whatever, Jeff. No. Let me play
I'm
Spider-Man.
your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities.
No,
cool,
me.
right?
Everybody wants to play.
Oh my god.
Spider-Man. How I?
Oh my god.
We play second best.
30 seconds
Second
before you
best
attack.
is
Get
Jeff.
ready.
Jeff is second. Spider-Man.
I am gonna portal on the left side.
My name's Jeff.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Wait, where did he
2,
go? He said he's gonna
1.
portal. Wait, where the hell is he?
All you need to do is capture the mission
he's
area.
got a white
Got
cape.
it?
I was like looking for a red cape.
This feels like an Avengers gig. I mean, I've made it to the big leagues. Watch out, they're headed our way.
Oh, never mind.
I died. I can't believe it. Oh,
My Hell's gonna
I
destroy
think
me.
Hello might be. Wait, is Hello cheating?
Double KO.
Hello might actually be cheating.
Oh my god, that's locked on aim. Yeah, you might be right. I didn't know
Hello
this
might
game
be
had a
cheating.
cheater problem.
Oh, they do. They do have cheater problems. Usually it's not as that obvious. Hey, my name is Ed. Oh, Max changed. Not that I can do anything about. Wait, let's go Loki. Maybe she'll end up targeting the Loki copy.
Predictable, orderly prison.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I'm everywhere.
If she's a cheater, she's mad.
Enchanted object. Interesting.
Invigorating, no.
Back from the brink, baby.
The moon haunts you.
Oh yeah, I'm not definitely one.
Doesn't mean you can't say that.
I mean, I can. But isn't it better to say I slammed my penis in the car door?
Oh my god, not again, Ninu.
Time to vanish.
I'm right here with healing magic. Invigorating, no.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
And so it
I'm not
begins.
seeing this in the car door.
Awaken the ranger.
The more the merrier.
Steal your power.
Oh
No,
you
God,
said
I got stuck out of it.
The perfect.
I'm just dying. Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
The perfect.
You belong to me. Disappear.
Time to vanish.
I am Asgard's might.
Your powers are mine. Don't mess with the amazing Spider.
Nah, I killed somebody. I killed somebody.
I'll patch you up.
Fake Spider-Man.
The moon hawk. Another go.
Eesh. Wait, hold up a minute. Did the Hella change to Night? They swap?
Magical Tetrade Magica 310 locks here's loaf Magica 310 loaf Magica 310 sparkly heart.
Oh my god, Plum. No way.
The more the merrier. I still want you.
I am barely wounded.
Oh, I'm fine, don't mind me.
I'll be happy for thank you.
Don't mess with the amazing spider!
Invigorating, no.
That's better.
The perfect text!
They push you away.
T'Challa wants the statue.
I know, it's so sad.
I still need you.
Where the fuck? Oh, she was up there.
He was up there. Wow.
Total KO!
They dare to lay hands
Get that
on me.
vehicle moving again!
Don't mind me. I'm just
I outnumber you.
I am barely wounded.
You get a weapon. You
get a weapon. You get a weapon. Oh, what happened to it?
The more the merrier.
The moon wants you. Enjoy the amplifier.
Disappear!
Back from the brink, baby.
Your wrath is such
Man, Spider-Man is on me.
Your powers are mine.
Disappear! Psionic
Invisible?
Wait, what? Oh gosh.
Clearly you needed some help.
Yeah.
vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
No!
Strong together.
I am barely wounded. This sacred carving fast must reach King.
I outnumber you.
That person got destroyed. Oh, that person also got destroyed.
I suck.
Healing for my friends.
Thanks so much. My friends are here!
I have no faces. You're quite welcome.
I was fine, thank you.
Oh, I'm fine.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
God damn it, man.
I am Asgard's might!
I have many faces.
Until the end of the road.
The foe is here. Healing for my friends.
Be strong together. I like the cold.
I have many faces.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
You have my full support. Invigorating, no.
I like the cold. Doctor in the house.
A storm of acorns.
Holy gosh.
This is your big
Wait,
chance.
I had a Jeff. Oh.
Ah, no, there it is.
Oh, I'm fine, don't mind me. I have many faces.
Man, he did nothing but that.
Oh, man.
Healing for my friends.
Nice.
The more the merrier.
I am ready to put on a
LD.
show. We need some help. Disappear! We should destroy these arms.
Whoa, holy.
I was worried. A nice deep breath.
Thank me later. Healing for my friends.
Now you're on.
Ah!
The moon haunts you!
Oh, watch out for the moon.
The
The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you.
Everything haunts me.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
I'm fine, don't mind me.
No.
Wait.
Get that
I can do
vehicle
it.
moving
Watch me
again.
do it. Watch me whip. Watch me, Nene. Watch me whip, whip, watch me nay.
Only 60 seconds left.
Never mind.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I didn't. I failed, by the way.
You get away!
Now we just had someone leave too.
Get that vehicle moving again. Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, we have a lever. We're actually doing fine.
Thank me later.
If you reload. Wait, who's behind?
Spider-Man was the one that actually.
The final 10 seconds.
The moon haunts you!
No!
I have many places.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Powers of mine!
Okay, I have no idea how to play this guy. I failed. I couldn't even get there.
You can't expect to win them all.
It's okay, we did fine.
My name's Jeff.
But your name Nino.
That's true. My name is Nino. Yeah, I think I'll do one more.
Okay.
One more, guys. One more.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
One more. Yeah.
Man,
I'm your
again,
friendly
we get
neighborhood
multiple
Spider-Man.
people trying to get
Only
Spider-Man.
my neighborhood is now like multiple realities.
These are not the same people from last game, right? They're different.
Yeah, different people. They just all want Spider-Man.
Everybody wants Spider-Man.
Everybody want to be a Scooter.
Why do you want to be Spider-Man?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. Yep.
Well, the mutant goddess of Krakoa. It's been a while.
The ascension to godhood can be achieved by worship and belief. But you...
No.
Oh.
I'm an Asgardian, dear.
Somebody left. We have Berserker.
The battle
Already?
starts in 5.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh my god.
They have a big venom.
Gotta stop that vehicle.
It's Pinkham.
Wait, why am I alone fighting them? What? Why nobody here?
Because I died.
What? Oh. Because I didn't heal you.
And everybody else is just nowhere.
Where are they?
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, I'm coming. You are healthy! Oh my god, he's complaining of like missing 20 health HP. Ain't no way he's complaining of missing 20 HP. Thank you.
are undefeatable!
No thanks,
Oh gosh.
He stopped them in their tracks!
That there for my kill.
What's with the stress?
Dion.
Hello. Oh wait, what the hell?
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Oh, I made it to the point, but I'm too late.
Their time to stop them. I appreciate you.
Twas but a scratch.
Yeah, this is great.
Perhaps I should be.
Oh, gosh. No, live! Live!
Trying my hardest.
Ah, getting keep you alive.
They are in front of us.
A feast for my crows!
Oh.
You going to bed when you're done, Nino?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
No,
I'm not really sleeping.
I am barely hot.
Fire's gone to bed, so do you think you should?
Yeah. Like a responsible person, I think I should.
Man, you're gonna leave me alone for the next 3 hours?
3 whole hours?
I am ready to put on a show!
3 whole hours?
3 entire hours all alone with my own thoughts.
We are undefeatable!
I only wish I had done it myself.
I got them.
You got them, but you didn't get me.
I date. One more. No, wait. One more. This one more.
One more.
They made it halfway!
More.
Stop them!
Oh, I fell down. I fell on my knees.
A nice deep freeze.
I lucky sitting and spawn shooting a
Still a
wall.
chance to stop them!
Oh, never mind, that's a clone. I'm stupid.
Asgard's might!
I jumped out of
You
that.
did. Yeah, did you live? Hey, are you
I
done
did
here?
live.
He stopped them in their tracks!
Yes, I got bored.
I wish you had always been Asgard. No! Though she may be my sworn enemy, we have met her today. Timely aid.
Hey, that's not my fault. No, my fault. No, live!
There's too many. I can't do it.
Behind you. Enemies, perfect.
I'm on it.
A feast for my crows!
I am ready to put on a show!
Oh gosh.
Oh my god, I can't even survive walking miles in the air.
Oh, I'm saving him. Yeah, kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
Only 60 seconds left. Here they are. I am barely hot. Ooh, a touch of healing.
He's the Venom. Die.
Judge, jury, executioner! I am Asgard's might!
Yay, team.
Oh my god. What if I was a condiment? What if Jeff was a condiment? What if he was male?
That would be soy sauce, right?
Sassy. Baby.
Why would I need healing? The final 10 seconds.
Empire State University. You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No! I died.
Another epic.
Hey, we won though.
Oh my god, wait, it's me! It's me!
It's you! You did it!
Oh, hell yeah. Live down.
You are the best gift.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ma.
I accidentally watched your highlight instead of upvoting you.
You did? What was my highlight?
You
Did I eat
were
people?
pissing all over everybody.
Oh. You. My name's Gail. Oh yeah, it's just me pissing everywhere. But then you died there.
Yeah, you didn't piss on me enough.
I'm sorry. Okay. Am I Lord Jeff now? Wait. Who did I get? Emma? Wait, what did I get? What? I got a Emma spray. Oh yeah, I finally got this. Yeah. Yeah, shake that booty. Yeah, Fanta. Yeah, I have to wait for more for that. They've got the Venom skin for Cap and Spooderman.
Oh, that's already added?
Yeah, they just added it. I'm not a fan of it. The poopy skin. They're poopy because I don't play them. Me stop streaming now, guys. I raid. And then I do the
Oh my god.
And then I don't know, Staffy, what are you gonna be doing? You gonna be chillaxing?
I don't know. I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Yo, you gonna be
I'm
streaming
just
tomorrow,
chill.
right?
No, not tomorrow.
Oh, no, tomorrow. Saturday?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Sunday?
Maybe. I don't know. I've not planned anything yet.
Oh. Okay, so that means I could drag you to playing games and then make you stream them.
You could, yeah, you could.
I could. Guys, you heard it. So, be on the lookout. Be on the lookout.
Look, I don't mind being kidnapped by Ninu.
Yeah, let's raid. Me. See, I'll be on streaming. Seriously, for 6 hours. My God, everybody's been streaming for so long. So many hours.
I mean, it is almost 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah. That true. True, that is very true. Well, let me introduce you guys to Will Shand. He is very cool and he's very funny, and he plays a lot of demo games. I don't know what he's playing at the moment. I just see, looks like Candy at the moment. It looks Candy. Looks very Candy-like. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being super cool and being nice. And my name's Jeff.
Thank you for letting me play.
Thank you for playing with me, Staffy. I had so much fun. I hope you guys also had fun. Love you, do, cause I love you guys too. You are pumpkins. Yep. Alright, we're gonna be reading Will Shand. He's playing, I think he's playing a spooky game. Playing a spooky game. But he's very lovely. And I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Smell you later. Bye. Adios.